Is this someone who could be on 2.0, or is this one of the ones
Yeah, this one's actually fairly easy.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think he is. He's not added into 2.0 yet.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know.
Okay. Well, if you just want to ping and have them put on
Okay.
2.0 and do that, feel free to. If I have any bandwidth, I'll look into it, knowing I'm like buried right, so I won't tonight.
Yeah.
But I would like to see what's going on with actions. Actions at 1.0 ended up in a really good spot, and now it's like they're just not firing for some people. So
Yeah, he's
definitely.
not in 2.0. I guess I have to request it. And then also I submitted a form, or my client submitted a form 9 days ago on the Vine things, and she hasn't heard anything. She's getting kind of
9 days.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That team told me today they thought they had completed everyone and submitted up to now. Could you ping in your Slack channel?
Oh, I did. I tagged everyone, not just you, like the
Okay.
other people that were tagged in. I tagged like I don't know, they're like one word names. I don't recall which ones were. I think one started with a B or something like that.
Let me submit this over to them right now, so I don't forget.
But yeah, she's interesting because all of her stuff is they're in Puerto Rico, and they do so, but they also do water filters. And the way they get their leads is they do giveaways for solar, and they have them fill out these Google forms. And dude, I didn't know Google Forms was that serious in Puerto Rico. Like
script, and they're on script now. Looks like there was an update. Somebody did in 4 hours. I know that's been fixed. And any idea what they did to
unrelated? So that wasn't a fix to any. That was a fix to an issue where some people were seeing just like go quiet on some of their calls. Not everyone was seeing that, but some people were. So we changed something on our model again that didn't update anything that would have.
Yeah,
that I know of that would
I
have.
had that problem too, and it's better. The pauses are better. The speed's better.
Gotcha.
I've got. I'm taking email addresses during the call, and please spell it for me. So say ERIK, ERIK.com. And the agent struggles with the letters right after the at mark. And so is there anything I can do with the prompt or the question so that, because he's like, you don't want to, the call's going to spiral out of control if he has to ask 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, have you ever heard him
like
try to repeat something back and it's just is off?
Yeah. So if like he said, if the person says an email, how does he respond? Like, what's an example?
So if please tell me your email address. Please spell it for me. ERIK at ERIK.com. And he says, okay, let me make sure I have that right. ERIK at ERIK.com. It's totally like max headroom, like the at mark, E. Didn't have a problem, but if at any normal speed, it's.
Yeah, I normally try to add some prompting around it in score practice. It's like it's back letter by letter. You can't even say very slowly because the AI has no concept of time. So and plus like the AI that's generating the voice is different than the AI that's generating the actual response.
Okay.
So I normally just try to prompt it to like say it letter by letter. You can also say stuff like add a comma. I don't say a comma. Like the voice can't say it, so you could say like repeat back their email letter by letter with a comma between each character or something like that, just to try to induce the voice to slow down because it will slow down.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's the only way you can do it. Email, just text to speech in general. It's pretty amazing to begin with. You could even have this thing try to read back emails. But what I do is I won't have emails be read back. I will just say, okay, thanks for that. I won't wait to read it back, and I will then try to have ChatGPT if it's going to go to like a representative or something.
if I'm going to let them be on their own, they really have to get that right. Otherwise, because the volume and stuff, it's a troubleshooting would be brutal. Because I guess I'd have to go listen to the spelling. So we'll slow it down. We'll do that. So I've got the dynamic variables working. The metadata is coming into the script correctly when I do a test campaign. On the last tech call, Tyler, I think I texted you, but it was to delete the record, the contact record all the way from the campaign back. And as soon as I added it back, the test campaign started firing again, and the calls would start coming. So I think the pause is permanent. If it's ever spoken to the customer, I think it goes on permanent pause, and it can't call back again after 3 hours or anything that we were thinking it could do. It's a test. I couldn't make it do it.
Yeah, if it hears you, like if you answer it and it hears you, or sometimes if it talks to your voicemail and doesn't realize the voicemail, it can be marked as answered. So that could have happened. Yeah, so good catch there. Just delete. So pretty much right away, though, it was like pretty fast once you did that.
Yeah, like immediately, like within seconds of re-uploading, because the campaign was still turned on, and I used I uploaded the same list, and it went into the same campaign, and it fired. So as far as the testing experience, that was better. Tyler, can you confirm for me the billing minutes, 11 cents a minute versus 32 cents a minute?
It's like I'm wrong. They can give you like.
But is there a Tyler agent that can answer questions like you?
Dude, I wish. Maybe I should spend some time making that.
I think it would be an interesting dog food.
Yeah, I should just upload the whole personality to a knowledge base.
Replicate it and then make a big case, and especially because you know which questions people tend to ask the same questions.
Yeah.
All right, last question. When I put the agents into a campaign, what are the call dispositions that they understand? They don't. I heard that they don't understand bad phone numbers. Like this phone is no longer in use. Like they don't understand a bad number. They understand I talked to somebody. Like what do they learn about the call that they can tell me?
Yeah. So if the call spoken, like or not spoken, if the person actually got spoken to, like the human actually got spoken to on the call, then they can at that point determine an outcome. If the call doesn't go anywhere, if it doesn't get answered by a human or no answer answered it, it'll show up in your campaign as one of the columns that's like no answer or busy or voicemail, one of those columns, and there won't be a call recordings page of that. If it did answer though, then any other follow-up, booked appointment, and do not call list that happened for this through the outcome.
Can you put up your screen, Tyler, or can I put up my inside campaigns?
No, it's on the agent itself. So if you want to share. Perfect. On the far right, click stats tracking.
On the far right, set up stats tracking. Okay.
Okay, cool. So if you click desired outcome here, it'll show on the drop down and top. It'll show you all the ones you have by default. So you have, but actually doesn't show two of them by default. You can just add in whatever you want here, rather.
Wrong number. Like I went live, but wrong human, right?
Oh yeah, wrong person or something like that, wrong number or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, and then down where it keep on automatic tracking, and then where it says what
I'm interested in under custom here.
Yeah, and once you hit save and go, it's going to show you all the ones you. So now you already the wrong person. You probably want book appointment. I don't know what your thing's doing here, but just build all the outcomes you want here.
Yeah.
And then you can choose which one's the primary one, and go from there. And the only thing setting it to primary does is there's a property on the post call outcomes web post call had its primary outcome achieved. Otherwise, it doesn't make a difference.
And it doesn't understand. It can't understand that.
If that call got deemed to be like a voicemail or a busy, then it would analyze it at all. If it did hear that call, if it did speak to it and think for whatever reason it's a person, it would then it would do the same process. It would go through its list of dispositions and be like, okay, which of these is the most accurate? But ideally, we would never do that. Ideally, like our voicemail detection is that those calls realizes and it doesn't record that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Great question. Corey, go for it. How's it going?
Hey Tyler,
Hey, how are you doing?
good. Trying to figure out how to keep my camera on here. I got some info into Slack anyway. Just wanted to make you aware of that. Quite a few hours of that kind of stuff available for you to review.
Okay.
Where the agent just wants a machine. Well, number one, it doesn't detect it, and then continues to hey James, for a long time. It's rare, but anyway, those are in there. That's in Slack, and then DNC escapes. I made a video and spreadsheet, and there are two kinds of those. One is where it's not resolving the do not call from just the transcript, and the other.
Oh, okay. Are we talking about those?
Yeah, only got
Okay.
one or two truncated transcripts. So two tabs on the spreadsheet, video, of course.
There you go. That's what gets them moving.
Yeah, it's just yeah, I kind of go through the logic of how I'm actually doing them and showing my prompt. Of course, my prompt is very tweaked toward the use case. So I mean, Eric can never use it, but that's how I'm getting there. But
Gotcha.
the DNC should be
Okay.
do not call should be detected.
Okay.
So they're tagged. They're not.
I'll share that with the team then. That's clutch. Thank you.
It's boring as the other one. All the other ones. Okay, so outcomes for this application that I've got, and they still are. So I'm picking them up with the with in GHL. I'm doing a little bit, a whole bunch of old inactive outcomes could impact the active.
Outcomes. So if you don't see that happening, if you don't, that would definitely be a bug, and that would severely affecting things. But
Well,
yeah.
he's named them the same. They're just not active, or maybe they are. I don't. If I go to and look at I think it says custom. You were just showing it when you were going through the on the last issue. When you tracking and you go to custom in there,
Mhm.
it says custom. There's a huge list in there of stuff that he's tried before, but he.
Oh, you should delete those.
Okay, I'll go look at that. All right.
Yeah, Eric just deleted one of them. I think he deleted follow up or something like there. You just click the can icon. The only one that doesn't have trash
Is
is
DNC, yeah.
DNC.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, and I got another guy who's claiming that the ellipses, when he's doing the pause, I mentioned that last meeting. Give me an example, but he said that it started with the new voices. So the old voices, but the new ones, or rarely did, if they ever did, but the new ones do it most of the time.
Hmm.
So we're gonna get a copy of the call, but
I don't think anything's gonna change with those voices. I did talk to someone about that. Yeah. I don't think anything's gonna change with that. So hopefully we can figure out a solution to get around that in his case. See that happen. So curious to see what his script looks like when it's doing that. If there's
I want all of it.
yeah, because also commas and stuff like that, I still suggest people add whenever they want to either just have the agent say dead air or when they want to add a pause, because the agent won't say hey, comma, how are you doing? You'll just say hey, and it'll realize, oh, pause for just a second. How are you doing?
So use commas instead, possibly.
Is he excuse me. Is he typing out dot dot dot?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe use commas. Or I've used dot 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 a lot, and I've never heard it say dot dot dot. I also haven't done that in a little while though. So
I don't know what it says. I don't know what it actually says.
oh, okay. I'd be curious to see what it's actually saying. To see.
Yep. Okay. Do you so basically they use I call it a message prototype or content payload prototype in the web. So prototype of the content that it should be getting across.
Mhm.
If I set that up to work extra fields such as, I guess I could just test this, but if I have it put in the address, the street address, city, state, zip, those sorts of things, pass that through air as extra fields, and when it comes into GHL, if those are not there, does that blow things up or does it care?
Yeah, it does if you try to have GHL update a contact. If you try to have GHL like update a field on a contact and you
Yeah.
give it a field that doesn't exist, it does error. There's a way you could do it. You could do paths. This is really annoying. But you can do a path check for every single property. There's some way to do it though, where it's like if it doesn't exist, don't do it. I've never
Okay.
spent time trying to figure that out. But just create a path for every single one of the properties and have it or have not. I don't know if path wouldn't necessarily be the thing because you have to have nest paths at that point. There's some way to do it at go high level. I just don't know what exactly they do. Yeah, there's gotta be some way to do it. But as you notice, the property will come through all the way to the end if you did pass it in.
Yeah. I just want to pick it up if it's there.
If it's like a single field, or is it a bunch of is it gonna be either none of them or all of them every time?
Right, I think so. I think it will be none or all.
Okay, then one thing to do right away at the very least is do a path where there's two branches, one where if any of those fields don't exist, and another where if all of them exist. And then on the one where one of them didn't exist, don't use those properties at all. If all of them did exist, then use those properties.
Okay, yeah. All right, I think that's it for my questions so far. Usually I get more as more people ask things.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure we'll have a lot of hands tonight, so we'll get some more.
Yep. Thanks.
No problem. Have a good one. Kirsten, go for it. How's it going?
Okay, sorry, I was figuring out how to unmute. Okay, so two things. I think one of them you answered. So for Vonage, if I'm just doing inbound right now and B2B, because I was struggling, like how do I show a website with with an opt-in form when I don't really have an opt-in form? They're all incoming calls. What do I just do a Word doc and just write all coming?
Yeah, Word doc. I think the field is you have to submit a URL. I don't think I upload a file. So do a Word doc and then take a screenshot of it and upload that screenshot anywhere. You can upload it to like imager.com or people use like Gyazo or like random services just to host photos. I think you could probably even upload that photo to Google Drive and copy an external link to it. Or one other option actually I just thought about is if it's looking at image, it's probably looking for image file type. If it is, then you just have to upload the screenshot to a website like imgur.com. That's Imager. It's really common. Or if it's not looking for an image, you can link the Google Doc directly. I'm gonna ask them tonight though to change that and add a extra field that indicates like, hey, I don't need one. But yeah. Oh, I think you got muted.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. And the second question is the one that, well, there's three questions total, but the second question is I have the issue with my agent she was working fantastically perfect and very few mistakes, did great, was live transferring, doing everything. And then 3 days ago, just stopped talking. Like, and I know everybody brought it up in the last session, and it was like, hey, she'd say intro, hi, thank you for calling, how can I help you? And then the person says something, and then she goes silent. And if you look at my list of calls, a couple hundred calls in the last 3 days, literally like all about 20 to 40 seconds of people going, hello, hello, are you there? Did the phone drop? And like the agent saying nothing. I went back through just the intro node just so I could I try every scenario. I have like six branches that come off. And I said, okay, well, maybe I just need to disconnect and reconnect, which I did. And that didn't work, and literally nothing's happened. And she's not taking any message really. Every once in a while, she takes post call data down, and then the rest of the time, it's like nothing.
Gotcha.
So it just says none.
The issue was fixed for most people yesterday, but then I just did something about 4 hours ago that fixed the rest of the agents, or some people had it came back. But test them now. As of tonight, they should all be working. Like everyone's agents should be working. If anyone still has an agent that's doing that, I can definitely look into it. But anyone who's still having that happen is probably going to be someone who has an agent where they have like a extra curly brace in the script, which I'm sure is not what happened with yours.
No, I don't even have curly braces. I have nothing. I literally didn't change the thing, and she was working fine, and then she's not.
Gotcha.
You
Yeah.
answered one of the other questions, I think, a little bit, and I'm so I'm starting to get, and I suppose it's just natural, right? So people are picking up that there's AI answering our calls now, and there's those people that are like, just give me an operator, like they freak out. And these are frankly the people that we don't want to talk to anyway, because that's why we have her, and she's like the greatest thing on earth. And we don't have to take any of that bullshit. But the truth is it's kind of pissing off the powers that are decision makers in the organizations that we work with. And they're like, well, somebody has what's a real emergency. And I had some girl who actually works high up in Slack, and she's one of the, so she gave me a big lecture about the ethics side of AI or whatever. And she wasn't down on AI, or she wasn't down on us using the agent. She just wanted me to integrate more disclosures and more outs, like where people could get live transferred. I mean, if they're calling into my company, there's no legal issue, right? I mean, I can't get in trouble for, and she doesn't say, like at the beginning, my agent said, no, I'm human. Now I have her trained not to say that, because that I thought was a little over the top. But now she says, I'm a trained staff member, and I'm here to help. What can I help with?
Gotcha. I'm required by the company to give a disclaimer. I can't give legal advice. That said, it's my knowledge that if you have an inbound call, there's no option. Like they open themselves into whatever you're doing. I don't think there's any that I know of. Like I said, I would just double check, follow up legal research, but I don't think there's any requirements. If someone's calling you, you could say you're George Bush if you wanted to. Like, what's stopping you from saying anything you want on the phone at that point? But if you're calling
All right,
people,
and then
yeah, if you do outbound, it's a little different. There's some new requirements we're gonna be adding pretty soon. We actually are kind of training for these already as we start to do the launch compliance stuff, and that's like just making sure that you're saying the name of your business and like your callback number and stuff like that. And then I'm not 100% sure on like if you have to legally admit to affect your AI. Actually, no, that'd be a question for the founders.
okay.
So, but
I was just more curious because this girl was very thoughtful and very knowledgeable, and I appreciate that. Obviously, I'm new to this, so it was good information. She also, and I don't know an easy way to do this because obviously we've had thousands of calls at this point, but she wants like a report out of call history, and like how many got solved on the phone call, how many got transferred, how many needed callbacks, how many people were pissed. There's no easy way to sort that, huh?
yeah, one thing I could do is I could like export the call history for your account with the transcripts, and then you could take those and if you guys want to run them through GPT, like ChatGPT or something like that on your side and try to have it transfer all those. You could. The easiest way to do that is usually you could go back and do it if you really have to. If she says like there's no other choice, the easiest way is when someone wants a feature like that is just to start it out and be like, okay, how about going forward now this week? Every call that comes through, I'll categorize for you, and you just end up writing some prompt. You have like a Zapier workflow.
Well, I was just gonna, to be honest, I was just gonna make it up. I was gonna say we received 5,700 inbound calls in the last 30 days, and of those 5,700, I was just gonna make up numbers, to be honest.
Gotcha. That wouldn't be it. I mean, if you
It
had
really doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day,
oh, sorry, I think you're lagging a little behind because you're
no, I hear you.
Oh, okay. No, sorry. I think you're behind, or never mind. Oh, what I was gonna say is if you have an engineer, it wouldn't be that hard to do. But basically, you'd have to like write a script that I could export you all the calls with their transcripts, and then you'd have to have someone write a script to send every single one of those to like ChatGPT or Claude or one of the like one of the AIs, and just have like a prompt where it's like, "Hey, I'm gonna give you transcript. Here's all the possible outcomes, and I need you to pick them for me." Kind of the same way we do.
Okay.
If you really
Yeah, that's fine. If you could do that, that would be fantastic.
I can't
Tell
do
me,
that, but I can give you the
oh, you
training.
can't download them?
No, oh, sorry. I can download them, give them to you. I thought you were asking if I could write the scripts and all that.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no.
okay. Gotcha.
No, no,
Yeah,
I
I can
wouldn't
download
expect
that for you.
no, I just wanted you to download them. Is my post? You can look at my post call date. Well, it works sometimes, but not all the time.
You cut out pretty hard in the last part. I heard you say something about post call data.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said on my post call data, is it possible for you to look at my post call data instructions and see? Because it doesn't work every time. Like sometimes it just says nothing was spoke about. And then I listen to the call and they had a whole conversation or they had a lot of information was given
Oh, you mean
and it
like
wasn't transcribed. It
you
wasn't put into the,
mean like look at the prompt that you're using right now on Zapier or something like that?
no, not even Zapier. I mean, just even the download of the when you say hit read,
Mm-hmm.
like when I hit read, sometimes it just says nothing was said.
Is
But
that
then
what the transcripts?
that's on the read button, whatever that is. The read, not the listen, but the read.
So when you let me double check to make sure I'm thinking the same thing. Hold on. When you go into recording there, you can click read. Oh, okay. You're saying, yeah, there's two things. First, you see notes. The second thing you see is transcripts. I'm assuming you're saying the notes are wrong. The notes are saying.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, if you customize your notes, that would make sense. If it's like really off, yeah, feel free to send us the link to that agent or the agent ID. And I'll probably be the one to look at it. One of us can look at it and see if it needs to be
I
amended.
just want to know why it's inconsistent. Like I said, sometimes it's perfect. She transcribes or she tells me exactly what the guy said. But other times it's like you think that they didn't even give their name or their address or their community or anything. They didn't give any information because it says nothing. It literally writes nothing or none. And then I listen. I'm like, wait, it's something, and I have to manually do it, and I don't have the time to do that.
That's fair.
Every other one is kind of obnoxious. So, obviously I'm closer to it right now because it's been not working for 3 days, but hopefully that goes away. The other final question is just on Slack. So you guys didn't disconnect me from your Slack. My pro account just ended, but I have a pro account with my other companies. So I'm attached. I've attached this to that company, to the one I pay. So I think I have a pro account already. So I'm curious why is that something you've ever seen before? Because you guys set up a Slack account and I just linked it?
Good question. We did Slack Connect, and then we invited you from wherever you accepted that invite to us. It might have been that you accepted that invite on a different email than
Oh,
the account that your pro account's under Slack. I don't know if what
oh.
pay there covers that or if it's like a separate fee because it's our Slack instead. I actually I've never seen anyone pay it for all of them once like that. So that's a good question, or just have pro, I guess, in general.
Just pay the $8 and suck it up and move on. Okay. So I have access to you guys still through this Slack channel. For how long? Is that like indefinitely or just
Yeah, as long as Slack lets it be connected. Also, if you don't want to pay, we can just like send an email invite to like a new email, and you get like 90 days. A couple people see that sometimes, and they're saying our support is limited, and then we're like, "So we're going to cut you off after X amount of days." But that's actually
yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, oh my
that's,
God, I don't have time. I need their help.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, and I may do that, but I do like the history. To be honest, there's a lot of history there that I still go back and look at. Stuff sent me to training, and so the history is kind of important. That's in the original channel. So I'll just figure it out. Okay.
Well, we
All
add you
right.
back to
Hey,
the
thank
same
you for your
channel.
help.
You'd be dropped
Okay.
down to channels. It's up to you. Whatever you prefer. Sounds good.
I'll shoot you an email. I'll shoot you a direct message. Okay.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Have a good one. Tom, go for it. How's it going?
Yeah, well, I was on mute. There you go. All right, so I have a few things here. I'm having issues with my calendar. I'm not sure if you got that on my Slack channel. It's just my AI agent's not actually booking any appointments right now. I'm having issues with it.
Okay, when you set up your calendar integration, did it show you how to set up correctly, like you book an appointment and all that?
Yeah, I mean, I've done everything perfectly. I mean, I've had this issue, I would say, a couple months ago when we were at the old API, but now I'm having the same exact issue where I think you gel, everything seems to be perfectly fine. It's just anytime I do a test booking, it's saying failed every time I do a test. I even sent the team a Loom video showing you that I'm actually putting it together perfectly. That I'm not missing a beat basically when I'm putting the API in there and putting the calendar ID. It's just not. It's not booking.
And is it going to go high level?
Yeah. Well, it's going to. We use Clixo, but yeah, it's basically go high level account.
Okay. Could you tell me the email for the account?
Yeah. Info at allindigitalmktg.com.
Okay. Check one thing real quick. Let me see what's going on. Okay, so if you have your test calendar integration, and let's say I pick next Tuesday, it gives me.
Yeah, it's syncing with the calendar perfectly. Those are the time slots I've got available on that calendar, so it's definitely reading that perfectly. And even when I do a test with the agent, it's picking up the times precisely on how I have it set up. It's just not booking at all. And then I realize you got this test calendar integration, and I see why. I mean, I don't really see exactly why, but it's saying fail to book the appointment. Please verify integration settings.
Gotcha. Okay, let me see if it returns me something right now. Okay, it gave me some stuff tomorrow. Let me just try to book those and see what it does. So. Okay, I'm gonna have to try to book this time slots. And your calendar ID is invalid. That's weird. Oh, I didn't update your. Says the slot you have selected is no longer available. Why does it say that?
Yeah, I've got it set up to where I've got over 1 million slots available for each time slot. Because
Gotcha.
essentially I've got it set up to where I'm doing a scheduled call with the AI agent. So I have to set it that way.
Gotcha. Trying to have it book a time slot DHL just gave me. That is tomorrow at 30 p.m. And when I try to book, GHL says invalid. The slot you have selected is no longer available. Why is it saying that's invalid? That's why it's failing. GHL for some reason is rejecting this request. I'm not sure why. They don't give me any other errors.
And I don't know why if it's because the maximum booking per slot could be an awkward request. I've got 9,099,099 basically like unlimited slots is what I'm trying to basically book for each time slot. So I'm not sure if that's the issue, but then I did put it just to one booking per slot, and it's still giving me the same. And it's just a regular calendar. I'm not doing round robin. I even assigned it to a group, see if that was an issue. So still was giving me an issue. So it's just a regular, simple calendar is all I'm booking it to.
Do you remember what your channel name is?
I don't know if it may be under All in Digital Marketing. I have to double check here.
Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna for now at least drop this in your Slack channel. This is I don't know if you ever talked to JHL support. This is the request I'm sending to them. And this is a time pulled directly from their API. This is all the availabilities they gave me just now. This is a slot pulled directly from their API, and they are giving me a 422 and saying this time slot no longer exists. So it's failing to book because they're going to book, rejecting us for whatever reason. I don't know why. I've seen a couple of these in like a long time ago. I haven't had a debug calendar in forever because it just worked for most of the time. So I'm trying to remember what most commonly results in 422, and it's usually something like something like setting on the calendar, or like there's an extra field you require that want to pass in, something like that I just can't see here. Have you reached out to GHL support before?
It's been a while, but I haven't. My business partner has. I just have to pick his brain, see what he did to get through them. So
Okay. I can see if there's anything else I can look into in this. But off the top of my head, I don't know of any reason they'd be blocking this because this all looks proper. Unless like there's something that's changed with their API that I'm not aware of. I mean, their code they're giving me back could be like trash, and there could be other errors that's properly not returning. But they're just returning a 422 right now, which means it's invalid time. Is there anything else I can do here? Selected slot, Los Angeles. Other thing I could try maybe is deleting some of these things. See, this makes a difference. You know, it's mandatory, film is mandatory. Title. The slot is no longer available. That makes no sense because this is a slot for tomorrow that they just returned to me. So, oh, there's one other thing I can check. Hold on. Give me 1 second. One last thing here. Excuse me. All right, I'm gonna try going out to next week. Maybe there's like some restriction you have where it's like you can't book within 24 hours and weird like that.
no, my minimum scheduled notice is an hour. That's the shortest time I can go.
Okay.
And I've got it out 2 weeks, so on this calendar.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, this is stupid. They're rejecting me trying to book 6 days from now. So I'm gonna link I'm gonna delete both these actually and give you a new one because by the time they see the response, they might say it's invalid. So I'm gonna give you this is
Could it just be the calendar itself? Maybe just brand new calendar altogether and see if that helps.
you try that and see if that helps. Yeah, that there could be some weird configuration. Their errors normally don't tell you very much, which is really annoying. So that's the first thing I gotta try. That might save you some time.
Okay, but worst case, if it doesn't, I guess just take what you put in Slack and let them on that information you gave me.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they gonna understand? I've heard how conversations go with them. They don't really get anywhere with them. It seems like. Are they gonna understand what you just posted in Slack there on how they can help?
They'll usually escalate it to an engineer if they need to.
Okay.
I've had happen before where the person I'm talking to has no idea what I'm talking about, and they escalate it. If that's why I'm giving you one that's like 6 days out because I know by the time they respond, I don't want them to be like, "Oh, well, this was 3 days ago, so sorry about that. That doesn't work." Um, example of me getting times. And below this, I'm gonna give you Okay. I dropped all you need in there. So yeah, try with another calendar first and see. And
Okay.
I'll later tonight if I have time, if not tomorrow, I'll see if I can go back through memory of why they were randomly returning 422s. I used to see these a lot, and I thought we fixed everything. But there was some reasons back then that I might just not be remembering right now.
Okay. And that probably been the cause of what happened. I want to see back in February is when I asked when the same thing was happening. So, but if I get a better response from a new calendar, I'll let you know too. But another thing, just out of the blue, random question here. Client was asking me today if this was even possible because we're trying to replace his agents doing what we're trying to do here.
Mhm.
If someone says call back and we can't get them to narrow, like basically get them to narrow down to an actual time onto a calendar, because essentially what we're doing here is if they say call back at any point, any line, I have that prompt in there where it just goes right into the problem, what's a good time. A lot of times though, the client will just, or the prospect will just hang up, and he asks if it's possible that if is the AI agent is possible where they can just throw one up on the board 2-3 hours later, because that's kind of how he teaches his human agents right now to do the same thing. Is that possible to prompt the AI agent to just throw one up on the board 2-3 hours out for a callback schedule?
Agent itself, no, but with an integration, yes. There's actually a tutorial I've been trying to film this week, and I haven't had time to yet on regards to just like essentially what it is setting up a post call workflow where the transcripts get ran through like a chat GPT step, and you just put a prompt. It's like, hey, I'm giving you the transcripts for a call. I need you to tell me if this person wanted to follow up. And you could keep it more complicated. You could say if they did, tell me when, or you could just say I want to know if they did, didn't. And then if ChatGPT returns, you basically would write the prompt in a way that it returns only true or false or something like that. So it's easy to determine based on its response if they want to call back or not. And then if it returns true, you have like in Zapier, you can do something called like a filter, and if any condition is true, and if it's not, it doesn't continue. So you just check like is the reply from the ChatGPT step true or false? If it's true, that means they did want to call back, and then you could just place a post request right after that. With you could put a wait step for like 3 hours, and then a post request right after that for placing an API call back to that person.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
totally doable with like something like Zapier or Active Pieces or one of your GHL, whatever workflow you want to use.
Well, I think the idea that my client had was actually when you put it on the calendar. He says what he's been noticing is more than half of them are actually showing up when they throw one up on the calendar. But what they're doing is 9 times out of 10 they see that happen and they're actually rescheduling a better time for them to call back, and because they're getting a text confirmation when it's booked. And that's kind of the idea of when we throw it up on the calendar, the text confirmation goes out to the actual prospect.
Oh, okay. So you have the prospect determine when to call back, and then the human calls it back at that point.
Yeah, so like, because I've been in call center sales for a long time. So if they say, hey Tyler, this is Tom here, and you say, just call me back, and then click, you hang up.
Mm.
I've always been taught, just throw that up on the board, see how the client responds, and a lot of times depending on your offer. I mean, this seems like a pretty solid offer because when he told me more than half of people actually see that come through and reschedule an actual time, he's got something that people want basically. So,
Yeah.
So and that's essentially what he's trying to figure out if that's even possible, where the AI agent could just throw one up on the board so those text confirmations go out. So they can go ahead and see, 2 hours from now is not a good time. Let me go ahead and click that reschedule button and actually put a better time.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. You could either just like the original workflow I described, you could just have that and just place a call 3 hours later, no matter what, or you could do the text route. The AI is not as limited to error. I mean, ChatGPT itself is an AI, and you can have that plugged into workflows in whatever ways you want, and you can get really creative and be like, "Hey, I'm going to send a text out, and then I'm going to flag someone with asked for follow-up time." And then anytime you could have like a Twilio number with a Zapier attached to that, and anytime an inbound text is received, it gets ran through some Zapier workflow where one of the actions is like, hey, if this person had a tag on their contact indicating you had tried to, or maybe you don't even have to go that far, maybe you just transcripts to Zapier and say, hey, did this person give a follow-up time in this text? And then you give them ChatGPT the contents of the text, and you let it determine if it did or didn't, and then you just because you can run calls with us whenever you want. You just have to send a post request back to us. So all it takes is just writing a prompt for ChatGPT. When I say prompt, that might sound like a big word to some people, but it's literally just if you've used ChatGPT before, anytime you type into a search bar, you're writing prompting. So you just come up with like a paragraph, you give ChatGPT, and then you drop the transcripts of the text or the conversation into it, and then let it return to you in a format that you can properly use to send a post request after that, after waiting some amount of time.
Okay,
And boom, you have codecs.
gotcha. And I have an idea on it. So when the call ends, it sends the transcript to ChatGPT because I know how to figure that out. And then if it says no, and I call, they said yes to follow up, but the time wasn't scheduled. I can just basically have text reminders going out, say, hey, we'll call you in 3 hours, and just have a wait timer where the AI agent makes that call in 3 hours. And then for whatever reasons, if they say, oh, no, that's not going to work, I can put a link in that text to where they can actually reschedule that call, basically, which I can get, if they schedule the call, I can have it removed from that workflow. So it's not giving them
Exactly.
that call in 3 hours. Instead, it's going to give them that call at the time they rescheduled. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Totally possible. It takes a little doing, but definitely.
Right. Okay. Well, that's basically, yeah. I guess I'll play around with the calendar and see if I can get a new work. If not, if you could do what you can, that'd be great. And then I guess gonna have to reach out to GHL support to figure this out.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. Appreciate you. Al, go for it. How's it going?
Hey, Tyler. So two things. I got a question about the prompt that you put in the chat, where you put it in brackets. Because you said type exactly this. Is that what I should put in the script? And I'm just asking for future reference to make sure I understand what you said on that one.
Good question. Someone was asking when I wrote that, they were saying their agent was getting to a certain node, and I think it was someone was asking if someone had a script where the agent goes down to a transfer, and before it would actually transfer, it was happening when I called it like live on this call. It was
Right.
like,
I was listening.
okay, I was like, it was just going on topic, and he wanted to force it to not do that and only say, okay, great, I'll transfer you now. So you can, anytime you type in these nodes, if anyone worked at 1.0, they're a lot more familiar with like the square brackets and the prompting and stuff, because that was literally just a giant prompt. But now these individual nodes are still bits of prompting. They're just getting fed to the agent or to the AI only right when it is active, basically. So knowing that that it's still being read by AI, you can write brackets in it. It doesn't even have to be brackets. Brackets are just what we advertise and tell people to use because that's the most common way to do it. But you just give the AI some direction, and so doing something like type exactly this in a sentence shows it like, hey, do exactly this. Like just give it a sentence and then have it, cowboy it and determine when it should or shouldn't say it. You're just giving it instructions and really getting it like on track. You're just adding guardrails to the script.
You should say type exactly this versus say exactly this.
Yeah, I don't know if it makes that big of a difference, but the AI is a text AI and it's not a voice AI. So if you say type, it usually, I think it reads a little bit better. Yeah.
Okay. And so that I'm asking that question because I did a demo for a company in 1.0 with I put on my account just to test. And so now, started their account as 2.0, and I copied, things from the script, and I have the nodes written out with what I want the AI to say, but it is not following the script. Like it's doing its own thing quite a bit, versus going through the lines like I'm trying to do. So how do I get it to stick closer to the script, I guess?
Yeah, the best way to do it is find the instances where that happened and do the square bracket stuff. It's kind of hard at the moment to like make sure the agent, besides doing that, it's kind of hard to make sure the agent never ever goes off track. It like instinctively can, and that's kind of one of the benefits of the software, but it also benefit when you're like, hey, I need you to stay on track. So just using square brackets can really force it to not be able to do that. It's kind of annoying to have to put that all over the place though. I would recommend Python on every node, but
Okay.
So on the ones that I definitely needed to say, I need to go back and do it like you just did in this example.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
you can get progressive. You can be like, type exactly this and nothing else. Like you want to, you could play around with the prompting of those nodes to see what. But type exactly this, I think, works pretty well.
Right. Okay. And then the other thing, so the same company launched, we did a little test campaign last night, and one of the issues that I'm having, even when I was calling to do a test, it seems like it's taking a long time to respond when you pick up. And so there were a few calls that people picked up, it took so long to respond, they just hung up. So is there anything that you can do or that I can do to control, that response time, at least initially?
Yeah, there was some issue that with that yesterday and some this morning, and we made a change like 4 or 5 hours ago that I think helped.
Okay.
There's really not much on your end you can do. It's only really on our side. Um, there's like some stuff we've done that isn't on like the main call workers yet that everyone's calls are on, but it's on more like a testing environment that
Okay.
makes it so the agent can never go more than 3 seconds without saying. But in the meantime, we're trying to keep the intro latency as low as we can. So hopefully the change we made today helps with that.
Okay. So I just need to test it again and see what it's looking like.
Yeah, and like the reality of this is that, and of working with this software and AI software is that there's going to be a number of calls. It shouldn't be a significant number. It should be like way less than 10% of your calls, where there will be like some occasional latency, occasional hiccups and stuff like that. And on like a larger scale, it doesn't make a difference if you run 100,000 calls and 2 or 3,000 of them have glitches. That's still frustrating, but that's still usually a win if you're
Right.
a good script and all that. So there's like an acceptable amount of like issues. I don't know the issues, but an acceptable amount of like noise when you really scale these up. And the reality is, it's like still way better than ever trying to have a human team do this, because humans are the same way. If someone gets the hiccups from when a person calls in, or someone spilled their drink on their desk, or they just forget the script. So that's kind of just not that you need to hear that, but just kind of for everyone to know. It's just my generally mindset I just try to share with people.
Okay. And then one last question. So
Sure.
so I'm charging like a monthly maintenance fee for this, right? Plus they pay, for their usage. So if I set up an account for them, uh, I guess the only way I know how to say it is, how do I keep control? Like if they decide they don't want to pay me, but they have their own air account that they have access to, like how does that work? Is there a way I'm supposed to set it up so that I can still do that? Like can you kind of talk me through what Sparks is on that?
Sure, yeah. If they decide one day that they're like, screw you, I'm not using this, I'm gonna go use my own air agent and not pay you. The reality is they can't do that if they want to. We can't block them from coming and using the main platform, even if we tried to. They could just go make fake accounts for like under different names and go make new accounts. So the reality is it's impossible to do that. So building your offerings around like preventing that is definitely something I advise. So there's some people who take it to the extreme and don't let the person even log into the air account. They don't let them see it at all. They just take their billing information. That way the person doesn't have access to the agents. They can't try to like copy it and go somewhere else. The thing is, like, if that's not possible, is just charging once you're comfortable with like making the offer, is charging upfront like an amount that if they leave right after you succeed, then you're good, you're happy with that. I wouldn't recommend anyone being like, okay, cool, we're gonna pay for this agent over 12 months, because you usually have people who will either not be interested after a while because AI is just not for them, or they'll copy the agent over their account and stop paying you. So I try to do like an upfront payment. And then the recurring stuff is more like maintenance or paid, have you build another agent later on, and you collect a one-time cost then again. But also, fortunately, if you do get them to, if they do say that I'm going to stop paying, as long as you referred them, as long as they used your referral link to make that account, which I'm sure you're doing with every account, you're going to get a perpetual like commission on all their spend for the rest of their account's life. So you're making money on that no matter what. But yeah, that's how I try to work around this situation, or how I recommend people try to work around this situation.
Okay. Then one last thing, you mentioned potentially being able to connect my account or like each agent to a different calendar. Is that something that do you know an ETA on that? I'm not sure if you said that when you meant that.
I wish I knew the ETA on that. It's been pending for like 4 months at this point. Uh, it's definitely very near. There's just been so many things that have been changing recently that we've been fixing and working on. So I don't know when we're gonna be given bandwidth for that. It's a feature that's really close to shipping. It just needs a little bit more work. So I suspect one of these like weekends randomly in the next like 1 month or so, we'll just be like, hey, why don't we just finish that right now and get it live?
Right.
I'm waiting for that to launch. I would love to have that out.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks a lot for your time, man.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Right.
No problem. Nick, go for it. How's it going?
Hey, good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
All right, great. So, a couple of questions. Reference to the whole Twilio and switching over to Vonage. So, our company currently uses a product called Five9. It's essentially it's a predictive dialer, but it minutes, and so we can dial, as many times as we want, and we can make the phone calls, but it's human calls. And I'm wondering, is there a way to not utilize the Twilio or the Vonage and use our product uh, in replacement of that?
Currently, no, there's not. I think someone. It's funny. It's like deja vu. You work here long enough, you hear every question like this. Someone asked this exact question like 4 or 5 months ago, and they wanted to know how they could have Five9 place calls for them. And I don't know what if they ever came up with any solution. I don't even remember who it was. I just remember this question because it was a cool question. And the only advice I can give on that is I don't know that software. If there's any sort of way you can have it, rather than it actually call someone, it like output a signal to call someone, output like a request or something, some event that can notify you and actually placing the call. Then you could use that to place an API call with error, and then you would be letting it determine when to dial. But I feel like that software is probably pretty locked down and does not allow you to do that. So that said, even if we had wanted to build an integration around their voice and all that, it's probably impossible. But I don't know. Okay.
They do have they're offering a conversational AI right now through their platform. So I think that they do have it, and that's what's leading me to wonder if it's even if it's an option. So
Gotcha.
they're doing something. It's probably a different platform, I'm assuming.
It's it's probably their own, I imagine. In case if that's the case, I'm sure they wouldn't allow you to do it there if they want to prevent you from going to another competitor. Yeah, no one else has that in the law. You could try raising that with their support and just being like, hey, I wouldn't even mention error. I would just say with their support, hey, is it possible for rather than you dialing, you just like send us an event, you send us like a post request or a notification
Right.
should be dialed. If you could just get their software to behave that way, then you could do exactly this. Or if you could, I don't know if there's a way you could like have them dial a number. I was thinking there's like maybe some way you could have them dial one of your numbers and so they pass along the number they were intending to dial and then you take advantage of that. I don't think there's a way to do that though. So yeah, I would just try reaching out to their support and see if they offer any way to just send out a post request or notification someone then use to know, hey, let's initiate an API call with error.
Okay, I'll do that. And I'll even reach out to Five9 and see if some possible way to integrate the two. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it can be done or not. Again, the whole thought is there a way to circumvent the whole polio and launch? Because I 5'9" for 15 years, quite a while. Yeah, about 14 years now. And so I don't think they're going to kick me off as quickly as Twilio's kicked me off in, a couple months of usage, right? So that's
yeah, did you guys get given the Vonage form also?
Yeah, we did it. We submitted it on Monday. It hasn't gone through as of yet, but we're gonna, we're kind of, we've been dead in the water as a result of that. So
Okay. In your channel, feel free to ping if you guys didn't already. There's a guy named Basm and Bagori. Feel free to ping both of them. and
Okay.
you know, update tomorrow if they haven't by then. They were like through with most everyone who had finished, or they were about to be through with everyone who applied as of this afternoon or this morning actually. So they should be giving you guys an update or either an approval or like, hey, I need this by tomorrow.
Okay, I'll work on that. And then last week, we talked about you said that there's some group that, the agents can have like a round robin type of thing. But I don't remember where I'm sorry. You told me
We're
you
talking
told me
about
that.
Circle?
Yeah, it's called.
Yeah, we have a Circle community. Yeah. Amber or Kiara or Mike might be able to. I'm not sure, always like that. Someone in Slack can send you guys a link to join that community if you haven't gotten to yet.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, that'll be just fine. Let's see. I think that's it. Yeah. No, I did have a question to get based off of what that gentleman said a minute ago. So, if we bring on a client in our system, I mean, we can put language in our agreement to, you know, prevent them, under that EIN that they're working under, to not circumvent us. But the system just allows them to just kind of go around it, even if it's our client.
Well, yeah, we don't make users who sign up submit EIN or like official business registration or a business profile. In the future, as we go through some of this compliance, like some of the compliance we'll be rolling out, everyone will want to submit an application to be able to get approved. Otherwise, they won't be able to run very high volume. They'll just have to go through the compliance that you guys are doing right now with Launch. So maybe there's like a world where we can track snaps that way. That'd be up to the founders. I don't have any say there. But at the moment, there is no tracking. So I could go make 10 accounts right now, and they could all be fake names, and they could look like totally real users. And we don't have any way to track that and know that.
That's just you're just using the free system, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Going around the agency. Now they couldn't sign up for accounts and take advantage of your agency benefits unless they referral link, unless you were giving that to them, which you wouldn't do. I'm sure if they're doing that.
Okay. Okay, cool. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Have a great evening.
No problem. Have a good one.
Uh,
Patrick Potts, go for it. Hey, how are you doing?
Well, so I had posted in the Slack channel earlier with some screenshots, whenever with the agent. Dude, I'm sorry. Who responded? Ahmed. He responded. He went in and added some stuff. But would it be cool if I shared my screen just to go over
Yeah, go
some
for it.
stuff? Cool. You able to see it?
Yeah, I can.
Awesome. Cool deal. So, first thing I want to tackle is the fact that we kept getting marked as DNC on our calls, and we went to set up stats tracking, right? And we have a few different ones, and we had one before as well that was a live transfer, but we don't have that one set up anymore. So we had 4 options when we got do not call. So Ahmed came in here and he said he had this line, which I had taken out after I got marked as DNC and tried to do a role play call inside to see if this still worked.
Mhm.
The calendar time slot was working to book call when I didn't have line 7. And it wasn't working before I removed it. So what he added, I haven't tested it since. Just haven't had time since he adjusted, but I haven't run it since. And then second, inside here we did meta. I let's see. Let me go back to the automation for that. It was here. Right? I was trying to put metadata into the call. Linked to a form submission normally, but right now, right, I followed what was on the Air IO website. Is this correct? Because I have the recording for it and the transcript when I had multiple metadata in here, and for the advertising budget, it just read out the metadata part, and then it didn't fill in the 10 to 15 leads a week and cheese industry, right? This was fed in from a form.
Yeah, if it's
Deal with
reading
high level.
what I'm looking at right there in the transcript, what that tells me is when you formatted the body in GHL, you maybe added an extra curly brace and it sent over for metadata. Literally, oh yeah, for budget. Okay, I see what happened. You have one curly brace on budget. This is like syntaxing. This isn't like JSON specialty or something like that. That's just how GHL works. So if you have two curly braces, GHL parses it as like, oh, okay, we should, process this. But when you only had one, GHL wasn't formatting it. So as a result, it was sending over exactly that text. It actually wasn't sending over any property of contact. It was just sending over what you saw in the transcript there.
I think that when I was looking, I didn't see like notifier on the side, and it changed to red. So I figured, everything's right.
Yeah, because technically it's valid. I mean, I don't know why anyone would ever send that, but that's technically valid JSON. All it's telling you is that the JSON is invalid, not if the content makes sense, I guess.
Well, I pay you the big buck.
That's a pesky little programmer thing for sure.
I was wondering.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I thought your mic was cutting out.
As I was saying, the calendar time slot thing not working. Is that just like I tried putting 3 at first, 3 different slots, and it didn't recognize those. And then when I went to 2, it fucked off.
That's possible. Basically, that variable, what calendar time slot gets converted to, is square brackets insert date and time from calendar availability section square brackets. So there's a chance that when you have like 3 of that in a script, it like looks weird to it and it interprets it weird. That might be the case. I never really intended anyone to do more than 2 when we added that variable in. So I just do 2. Yeah, I just do 2, and let me know after you test that if it's like working or not working. I don't know why him adding line 7 would make that work or not work. That should be unrelated.
Yeah, because I had that before and it didn't work. I removed it, it worked, and he added it back, saying that should help with the all outcomes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think what he's thinking there was if the agent makes it clear you just booked an appointment, then it's not going to take the outcome as anything else other than booked appointment. Which it's saying, okay, great. Well, I guess saying thank you for your time, enjoy your stay. I don't know. I haven't talked to him about this, so I don't know for sure what his thought process is there, but that's kind of what I would think.
Why? I just didn't know why before I would, cut it off.
Yeah, no, that's weird. I would love to see that recording now if it comes up again.
Pulled up as well if you wanted to listen to it. There's some weird stuff that starts at the beginning. Do you mind if I play it?
Yeah, go for it. I don't know if we'll be able to hear it though. I don't think you can hear it on Zoom. Yeah, I can't hear it.
This opening line before I had it had the name of the company, and then I filled this one in. But it just said the name, and then it kept repeating the name, and then it without waiting, saying, "Are you still there?"
That's weird.
There's another one I think right under it where the call starts, and where the opening should have been, it just went. Ah. So
That's silly. We
Uh,
changed our voices service recently to a better one, but there is some like random hallucination. I haven't had time to do it yet. It won't be one of my tasks is to play with it a bit and see if we can get the settings any better to have it stop having these like random areas where it'll hallucinate. Sometimes it'll like stutter on certain words. It's actually a lot better. Like voices are people couldn't really exactly observe this just making calls, but the voices are like, far better for calls and for latency. But there's just some random like hallucinations like that we're still trying to iron the kinks out on. So that's good to hear. Or not, it's not good to hear you're experiencing that, but it's helpful feedback. So
because this agent was working perfectly before the update that allowed you to quickly add a calendar time slot.
gotcha.
And like I said, the agent just has a lot of more ums and ahs and just seizures, I guess.
Mhm.
So
Okay. Yeah, the stuff we're still working through. It's gotten a little bit better, I think, the last couple weeks, but we're still
Okay.
working on it.
yeah, and I don't think it changed, but other than yes, one last thing, and I'll get out your hair, and this might actually answer a question from I think a gentleman from earlier. Was it? So I don't have this one's set up because it's just going to transfer it over. But this is the workflow that we made. Create a contact or updates a contact with the from the call, the echo call or the AI call with inbound webhook request, right?
Hmm.
With this information, and then feeding that into like a GPT script, right? The transcript. Uh, Whenever this is happening, it posts the transcript like 3 times. So I don't know if that's like
Where
when
does
it's
it
getting sent.
where does it you mean it like this workflow fires 3 times?
No, so they come into this workflow. It creates contact. Right, I update this field just for reading on our end.
Hmm.
Also, sending the inbound webhook request from Paul to analyze through GPT, and then update notes with the GPT response. And then like I've looked through here like a few times. This is the only time it mentions like a transcript and what to output. I'm just wondering if or why that might if that was then if you look at that or you know if on GHL's end.
Is it in the so I guess I'm not fully understanding. Is it in the prompt the transcript is lengthened 3 times, or you're saying the note gets generated 3 times?
Note gets generated like the response here, the note gets generated 3 times.
Oh, okay. What that probably
So
means, okay, that makes a lot of sense. What that probably means is you have a webhook on your Air account that is not returning a 200. So if any of your webhooks don't return a 200 or if they time out, we'll retry those up to 3 times, and we end up retrying all of your webhooks. So if you have a webhook, having the webhook like for a go high level automation, let's say, and you end up disabling that go high level automation, but you don't delete that webhook from your Air account, we'll still keep trying to post to it, and it just won't respond to us, and that will be taken as like not a 200. So because it's not a 200, and we'll try it up to 3 times. And what that will mean is every workflow in there will be retried 3 times. So this workflow is probably being retried 3 times due to you having a webhook that's not actually in use at the moment. So if you just go through your webhooks and make sure there's none there that or make sure you delete any that are no longer being used or that aren't active at the moment, then it should stop doing that. But I would like bet you money that's what's happening because 3 times is the exact amount of times that we will retry.
Thick, love that. So just go look at. Would I be able to run? I mean, I am trying to use the same agent for a few different calls, or like one account for a few different agents. When I use the webhook mapping reference, I need to make a new API key, or what is it? In the integrations for like each new workflow, I would need to make a new what is it?
Yeah, it's under integrations and then webhooks.
Yeah, webhook. So
Oh, you have
this
no
one's not
webhooks?
well, this one's not connected. This is
Oh,
what
okay.
I'm working on.
Okay.
Yeah. So like I said, I haven't connected this webhook yet for it. So
Oh, okay.
the calls were for a different account. This is a new account that has all this stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So but yeah, I think that kind of covers everything. Yeah. So,
Awesome. Okay. Well, cool questions like this. So sounds good. Appreciate it. Man. You have a good night.
you as well.
Now we'll go to the next Patrick. Patrick Harris, go for it.
Okay, hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I got Ahmed on the line as well. Is there any way to unmute him so he can participate?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
All right, Ahmed Haggag. Hey man. So man, we got some issues. I like to start off from the top. This is gonna be a little bit of a I don't do that. You should reach out to the guy on Slack. Well, we've been doing that. And the guys on Slack are unable to provide us the information we need. So I'm just going to kind of go high level with you and kind of work our way through. And here's the question. I want to sell your product and I cannot figure out how to sell it. And it's been 3 weeks.
Mhm.
We like have 6 clients that are ready to rock and roll us, baby. We got tests. We've got products we've been making, we're showing them, they want to buy. And I literally can't figure out a way to stop my business to sell. And I can't get a soul to take a phone call with me. We've had the calls. You said, hey, I will get your back. I will get you on the call. These guys, not a soul will take a call. We've gotten a whole bunch of ideas.
Your guys' Slack channel in here, by the way? So I can
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're in the Slack channel, we're in the circle. I started dropping like
Sorry, what is your Slack channel? Just so I can look at it.
It's VIP. I just type in VIP P Harris.
It's Ferris Enterprises.
Oh, Ferris. Okay, got it. Cool, thank you.
It shows still in
Yeah.
state.
Okay, cool. So go for it. I just wanted to be able to look as we're talking.
Oh no, good. Please. So I'm sure everybody has their business model, but I got things I want to do. So like, being able to consult with someone, it's just a basic onboarding would be super duper helpful for me. And I've never been given an onboarding. I was directed to the training. We built out a 250-page training model based on that training. We built out our manual, we loaded it up into a GPT. I got a GPT. I ask questions when I want to learn how to do anything I got in here,
Mhm.
I got a lot of information, but what I don't have is onboarding. So I want to sell the product and I haven't figured out how to sell it. And it's been 3 weeks. We've got people that literally want to buy our product and we cannot sell it. So I'm hoping to just kind of walk through, like, how can I sell this product the way I want to? Because I really don't want to give away air as the secret. And right now, billing is set to come through air. I haven't had any videos of the manuals showing, hey, this is how you bill and not have air be like the billing placard on your clients.
Yeah, I don't think there's any training on that specifically. Amber knows a lot about it. She's done it. She's the one who's kind of advised people on how to set it up for.
But dead end there, man. She won't take a phone call, and I'm telling you,
Yeah. I'm gonna warn you guys, too. I'm an engineer. I'm not like I don't fulfill all the responsibilities. I understand.
No, trust me, Tyler. The issue is you're the face. You're the only person who's actually talking to anybody.
Yeah.
And that puts you in the hot seat to like, hey man, like I got like literally zero progress following every direction you pointed me in. Now I need to walk through the process with you because you're an engineer, you're a smart dude. like you can figure out some processes. So let's talk through it, like work through the problems I'm having, and maybe you can like A, like good common practices. B, like, hey, this is a good way to handle the situation. And C, I have no fucking clue, Patrick. Like, I literally, like, that is a serious problem, and I have nobody to pair you with, and I don't know that I can help you. And shoot, we should probably be looking at like getting you out of this thing because we probably aren't the right fit. Like, I don't imagine that's the situation, but I'm starting to get to the point where, like, hey, I need somebody to give me like an inch so I can start making some forward progress. Because Ahmed and I are banging our heads against the wall. Like we ran into a literal wall yesterday and started blowing up the channels, the circle, everything. And like no matter how much we asked for like details moving forward, we only got 30% of the information we needed. And like we have clients waiting. We're like, hey man, we're just literally waiting for air to tell us what do we need to do so we can start selling your product. So I wanted to just start there. What we have, I got 2 different products we're like trying to launch right now. This is kind of just going to be an introduction to an idea that I don't hear a lot of people talking about. We have a consumer that wants to, engage with. This is an idea where this could be used in a consumer application. How do we go about, setting up a consumer account? We want to have a markup on usage because otherwise we don't have any way to make money with a consumer other than a small monthly subscription for the service to be able to access this information. We're able to curtail special for them. But, how do we go about that?
You guys in the contract you sign and your arrangement, do you guys have a commission that comes like through Everflow? Everflow would be what you sign up for to your commission. But do you guys have a commission with your contract?
I got a ton of paper, and I'm not gonna even lie. I haven't loaded it up into a GPT to ask it those questions. That's not even gonna cover my if I have to. That's barely gonna cover my 3.2 or whatever Stripe's charging. So I walk with a 1.8% profit margin. Like, yeah, but for me to have a consumer product like that people are even gonna buy into, and this is already an expensive platform at 87 cents just for a Genius model. Like, I need to be able to bill some sort of usage overage. And the beautiful thing is 12 cents because it means 99 cents a minute. So if I can do that, like I have a way to make money in a volume circumstance. But in here is doing, business to business, and I'm trying to do a consumer product. How do I work with that?
So as far as upscaling, I'm not gonna like lie and just tell you guys there's some way you can do something you can't. There's no way through air, like we can't just tack something onto your account that's like, oh, okay, we're just gonna charge this amount per instead. That's like a static amount that we charge. We've never done that. We've never.
And I don't mean to interrupt you here, but I want to just note something. You just said we can't, and I mean we're standing here in like the construct of like the world of people who understand how to create processes that connect one action to the next action. This is like literal foundation of real estate mortgage, where a YSP, it's called yield spread, exists, where a broker, which is us, acts on behalf of principal who creates the products and takes what the principal needs to be paid, you guys, and then creates a yield spread, which is the margin between what you guys get paid and what we bill our client. That yield spread then becomes our pay structure. It's able to be collected by the principal, but then it's able to be paid out on the backside. From a programming perspective, it seems like a stupid simple solution, but we need to have like some sort of cooperative way to work together to create that so that we can execute this type of a business model. And as I said right off the bat, I'm operating a little bit off the radar from how your typical clients are, but that's where my income generating perspective exists. How can I create something with you instead of like the we can't? I know you can. It's you don't want to.
Well, sure.
There's
like that guy reminded you when you're talking. You're talking to an engineer, you're not talking to one of the founders of the business. So
Well, I get that, but because you're an engineer, that's why I can talk to you.
I can't implement a feature tonight to give you an extra upcharge. That's not going to happen.
Like, I understand you can't do that tonight, nor am I asking you to do that tonight. This is
I know, but I let me speak for a second. If you guys want to go down that route, I totally hear you and I understand why that's valuable to you, but you're not going to get anywhere talking to me about it. That's definitely somewhere you want to talk to the founders about. I also have to be respectful. I don't want to sit here for 2 hours and people who've been in line for 3 hours don't get to ask a question because we go till midnight. I'm just going to try to point you to the people, founders in this instance, who can make an impact there because I cannot make an impact on that. I can bring it up to them, I can talk to them about it. I don't think you're gonna see in the next week, in the next month, the ability with Air to say, hey, we're gonna charge you now. We're gonna charge your customers an extra 10 cents. And you're gonna get that. That's probably like not a reality we're in, and I don't have any say over that. That's like the decision of founders. I'm just giving you a heads up so you don't waste.
Hey, it's cool, Tyler. Like that's the thing. Like we have a lot of people on the call, and we need to move past this. So now that we've eliminated that, you can't do that. We're still at the fact that I can't sell the product. So what I need to do is I need to be able to take the fees that are coming in on Everflow. It's tracking usage, right? And it's gonna, and then that usage that they're getting billed, we need to turn around and we have to have a markup on it. And then we have to have in real time. So I need the time of day that billing accrual starts or ends. That way we have in real time adds up our margin, and then maybe we send it back to Mercury, turn around and like send out a billing to them. Like something like this might for being able to bill them, but then I have the situation here. This I need your help. What if my client, my client, I wanted them to see Air, right? So that means I have to sign up for an affiliate account. You see?
Yeah.
I sign up for an affiliate account. I have to put my credit card number in there. Otherwise, they're going to see. Yeah, you unleash the veil if I give them, their credit card, right? So now my credit card is going to get billed for their usage. Let's just say,
well, that actually may be more feasible. Like I said, talking to the founders would be I would love to see if I get you guys a call with them directly because
me too. Yeah,
doing something like changing a statement descriptor would be a lot less work and as potentially something you could get them to bring to the platform sooner than like an upcharge thing. So if that's an alternative, if like one way, and I think a lot of people would love to see that on the platform, is the ability to just change the statement descriptor that shows up on credit card charges. We'd probably be open to doing that too. I don't know. I can't speak for them. It's their choice. It's not my product. But that would be an awesome way. And I think that would probably immediately fix your guys' issue with usage and recharge like fees on usage and all that. But so that's one thing you could discuss with them.
I love your shortcut solution orientation. So let me get back to my logic flow here though. If we got them paying, what if my client cancels their credit card? Squat, dead card. Oh no, now the client died. Okay, so not only that, my client died. So I'm gonna bounce, but now I got my card associated to their usage, and I'm sacked on the usage. So I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can help me with this. Like this is a logic situation, right? We got the payment coming back in with the markup from the sheet. Is there a way to have their credit card tied to the Mercury card where it makes a payment to you guys and a payment to us, but one lump transaction? Or like one lump transaction that comes in and then gets filtered to you and then gets filtered to us instead of it being my card on file paying you? Can we intercede their card as the intermediary through Mercury? That's the question that I really want to try to get to the bottom of here.
Gotcha. I've used Mercury a little bit. I've never gone in and done the full setup on an account like this, but I think there could be a way where I don't know if they would offer their like accounting or running number, but you could link you could basically make cards on Mercury and then you link what the payment method is for those cards. That's my understanding. Amber knows a lot more about it than I do. That's just from what I've heard and the suggestions he's given. My understanding is there's some possibility to make a card where you link a specific payment method to it. And then that way it's not taking it out of your account and you're not just getting like screwed. I totally understand the scenario there you wouldn't want to be in where all of a sudden you get charged for their usage and they stop paying, and now like you haven't even made any money off them because you're negative on their usage. That would really suck. So I think the ability for you to have a like a payment structure where you have them provide you the payment information you need to be able to charge them. And then like the charges that Air is making are charging to a card that directly charges them and isn't charging to your account. And then you're able to track the spend that they're and then recharge them. It doesn't sound like you guys can go this direction doing B2C, but I do think it's like super ideal and like way simpler to try to steer more in the direction of like you're just charging maintenance fees and then you're collecting most of your like comp, most of what you're making fairly upfront, so you don't have to worry about if they run away. If they run away, that sucks, but whatever. We didn't like just go super negative because we expected to have them here for 12 months. The ideal way people usually succeed with Air is they charge an upfront cost. They have like, hey, they have a proven history of building agents. They can show use cases they've done. They can show like that they've set a standard with their customers. And okay, we're gonna charge $2,000 upfront to build this agent, and then we're gonna charge you $250 a month to maintain it. And if you stop paying that, you're going to lose access to the Air priority servers. You're going to lose access to Air priority support. You're going to lose access to us, and then all they have as options to get feedback and to get questions answered just going through our free tier of support, which is a lot less robust than just going through this Zoom call, Slack channels, all of that. So that's like one of the main selling points. I don't know if that will work, if you guys could pivot in that way whatsoever for a use case, but I would highly recommend it if possible. If not, I'm sure there's more avenues you can explore here with like what we talked about with billing on a Mercury card that charges that directly, and then you guys track usage off of that and then upcharge them until they either keep paying and stick with you or say, screw this, I'm leaving, I'm not paying you anymore. And then there's really not much obviously you can do at that point. But you want to
Okay. Well, so very helpful in regards to that specific business model. And well, I guess it depends if we can actually get this Mercury. Then we have so we have this usage model, right? That we're doing B2C. And where our thoughts are, okay, well, let's do a subscription base price. Base price would include X amount of units of usage. We call them minutes, sure, why not? Since we're gonna have our markup, let's just say it's $1 a minute. Well, if there's 100 units that we're going to build them in advance, that would be $100. So I have a model, right? Now, if I get to that usage and they cap, like, how can I create Everflow going to actually allow us to integrate a usage cap where then we can trigger a script that says, hey, you've reached your cap. If you want to re-up, we're happy to add it. Think Starbucks points here. I just ran out of my coffee points. I need to add more coffee money. So now it's like, okay, now we're going to add more money onto our product. And now you need to use it because it's a phone number. So like when we're talking about phone numbers and systems, these phone numbers might be available to a large number of people within a system. And if this phone number happens to be like an informational resource, let's say, maybe it's the HR department, or maybe this is God knows whatever knowledge-based department. We don't know off the bat what the usage is going to be, but they're going to want to have rate control over it and the ability to re-up as they go. God forbid it gets used in an excessive or even abusive amount of time, or it has latency or hang up issues and they're just paying nose because we can't figure out how to hang up the damn thing.
Well, what I think actually might be really valuable here, I don't want to forget this. We do have the ability to let you re-up credits on an account. So you can have credits on an account and then have like a card that can't be charged, basically a card that is like a $1 balance or something, like $1 limit. And you could serve these clients off of them paying for credits up front. And then I don't know if it's an automated process or how Amber deals with it. She gives people the ability to just purchase credits for accounts. There was we kind of 2 or 3 months ago, we were working on like a update to our billing structure to offer more kind of like a Twilio does billing, where you can set like, okay, how much credit do you want to buy? Okay, below a certain amount, do you want to recharge? What's the deal? But until that feature is fully live, I don't think it's live yet. But until it features fully live for months, a year now, we've had the ability for people to just purchase credits for accounts, and there are some agencies who take advantage of that who don't have customers who just want to attach a credit card to an account and they just want to buy credit. So when they run out, they don't get overcharged. They're not worried about going over on their usage. So that could be one really good option, I think, too, is just the ability to like tell people, okay, cool. Now if you want to pay whatever, let us know. We'll re-up your account. We'll add more credits. And when you run out of credits, like you're not going to have any more usage run. Period. That could be a really, I think, good option here.
Agreed, but define a credit for me. Thanks.
Yeah, credit is you pay upfront for X amount of credits. Credits are minutes, basically. So think of it like
30 minutes. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
So when you guys have a minute, it might be 87 cents in our model. So I might want to have a 99 cent. So I got a 12-cent markup. So I got a bill, Everflow, have a markup on a sheet, bring it back, run Mercury through, and then I'm billing my 12 cents a minute.
Yeah, I would if you're doing it that way, I would I would just know if you're buying X amount of credits or X amount of minutes, let's say, and that's $100, and you guys want to upcharge, let's say for $100 usage, you guys would really want to charge $110, so you make $10 off it. Then I would just tell them whatever the rate is. Hey, you're being charged this for X amount of minutes, pay us that, and then you actually just pay air the real cost it costs air, and not including the markup you charge them. That could be a really solid way to do it.
Yeah, no, you're completely right, and that was a great thought and the solution there. Okay, cool. So we got through that. We got through the subscriptions. We got through the limits. Re-ups we just talked about. That's fantastic. Ahmed, please chime in here if I'm missing anything from our GMA international model here. We have we must make the consumer affiliate account. Oh, here we go. So if I want my consumer to have the ability to schedule an appointment, I have to create an affiliate account. So this is kind of like a problem for us, especially if we have a scalable product out of this. Again, I fall into a situation where using I'm an outlier of use case. B2C, we are being like the business, but the C part, we are trying to take on a lot of customers. And to be able to do volume, we need the ability to have affiliate accounts in mass, and we need to have access to them. Currently, an affiliate account requires a email address. Now we also want to control, and of course, this is the issue because the consumer doesn't want to. Here's the prohibitive issues about a consumer, like setting up an account, setting up passwords, in all of the stuff. These are the reasons why people don't want to participate. So we're trying to take down barriers, but for us to take down barriers, that requires us to facilitate those barriers. So then we have this logistical issue, and that logistical issue is if we have to create an email account for every single affiliate account, we have to put in our information, we have to put in their information. We want to be protected, of course, in the liability of the account. So we need to structure it in a way that, like, if they were to, and I don't know, like, that they could really get in there and do too much, that would put liability on us. But I mean, if they were to do anything, we want to be protected. That's their account. Technically, we're setting up for them, but we're putting our business information. Otherwise, we can't create the affiliate account because they're not a business, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that puts us in a catch. Like, we're tied to it in a business entity. So here's the issue. We need to do this at scale, and we have to have a login credential for every single one of these affiliate accounts we have to create now. Otherwise, we can't actually have a calendar resource for these people that says, hey, remind me to contact Lucy about surgery at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Like, Lucy can't be reminded because she wants to access the API to be able to connect to her API on the calendar. So we're trying to make it so that we can have thousands of clients with thousands, but like we are facilitating this. It's like they're not going to engage with this if they have to create an air account, manage all that stuff, and a GHL account. Like, no, we're gonna give them an open calendar. We're gonna tie in their calendar with the GHL. That way, anything they put into the GHL is simply going to be matched up to their calendar. We're gonna tie it over on the on the end product with the sorry, I'm getting a little bit lost here. I'm not lost at all, but I mean, at the end of the day, you trying to track what I'm saying here?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think the main thing I'm understanding, and other agency users has expressed, other agency users have expressed this before, that just it's like frustrating to have to manage a bunch of independent people's accounts through like separate logins and just going into different accounts and having to. Is that kind of what you're saying along the lines of?
Imagine you have 1,000 you have to deal with, and I mean that's exactly what we're going for here. And the issue is, if we do a really marketing campaign, we could actually have it, and that's the problem. And starting up, I need to be set up, or else I'm kind of screwed if I actually succeed with my marketing.
Yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. What's frustrating for you to hear though, and what's funny is there's some other users who do exactly that right now, and they've hired like extra VAs to manage. I don't know how many accounts they have, but there's some people who are scaling really hard. It's awesome to see, and we don't have a feature to do like an agency dashboard. Like that's something we've talked about having for a long time. It just doesn't exist at the moment, and the founders haven't prioritized it. So at the moment, managing 100 different accounts really is as simple as logging into different accounts. There's ways though you can make it a bit easier. So for example, obviously you don't want to go and manually create scripts for a new user. So what people have found works best is creating like kind of a warehouse account where they have all the scripts that they would sell to users, and they have everything set up that they would need. And then there's actually features on the support end on my side, and it's not just me. There's like 4 or 5 people on the team who can do this in your channel, who can clone an account for you. So say you have like an account that's designated. This is the account that we basically sell. Maybe there's like 3 types of main tickets you're selling to your users. When we sell ticket A, this person's going to need all these agents on the ticket A account, and we have a feature that can just clone the account essentially for you and drop all the agents, drop all the knowledge bases, all the actions and everything into another account for you. As far as like configuring the calendar, as far as actually making the account, that's still something you have to do. It used to be even worse. We used to make you have to have a unique phone number to make accounts, and you don't have to do that anymore. So it's pretty easy to just make an account. And a lot of people end up going the route of if you have like a Google domain or a email address that will let you use like aliases, then a lot of people end up doing stuff like Tyler.Richards plus client A at Air.ai, Tyler.Richards plus client Air.ai. So you're not sitting here making thousands of email addresses. That'd be ridiculous. And then you just have all of them hosted off of a one email account, just with a different alias for each. Yeah. I would love support for every time I look into someone's issues, I'm going to do another account, make it a little easier.
Well, Tyler, if you'd like, we'd be happy to develop that for you at a price that would. All right, so now let's get into our business use case. I might circle back because I might have forgot something here, but let's keep this moving. Pest control. So I got a CRM. I mean, here's the issue. The CRM is going to be able to take the information. That's easy enough. That creates a record. But we need to trigger an error calendar. So I wanted to ask you, I imagine it's a common question, but what is the method for getting the webhook to not just bring in the information and create the sub account?
We could create the sub account in like Go High Level, create a sub account.
Yes, sir. Because in Go Hub, we have to have the sub account, or else we can't have the calendar for them to be able to book with the AI.
There's probably an API route for that. I do a lot of stuff with APIs, or GTL's API. Never looked at like their agency. Assuming there probably is. I've never looked at their agency API, but I would bet you the API route you can look at additional sub accounts for agencies. So there probably is. Yeah, there's probably something you can do there to have it create sub accounts on the fly. Because once you pay for their like highest tier, you can just create as many sub accounts as you want. Pretty much, you can have like a limited amount of them. So I would be lying if I said yes 100%, but I think it's some way to programmatically do that just by sending a post request or something.
Ahmed, did you actually like run through this, and did you find an issue with this, or is this something that you haven't tested?
An API for entire agency, not for each sub account, right?
No, we're talking about getting like the CRM entry on the webhook to then trigger an action that sets up a sub account or an API, like, trigger to set up a sub account for the client.
Well, I stopped at the same exact point that we need an for the entire agency, since the only way, I think the only way I know of that we can create a sub account is on access to our agency account. But I don't seem to be able to find an API for the entire agency. Like they generate different API keys.
I'm be sure to reach out to GHL support or I don't know if you guys have like an enterprise plan or what you have with them, but we tried talking about it.
Okay, did you try talking to them about it?
Not yet.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Just hop in on
Sorry,
it.
Tyler. I talked about that. That might be an issue that I brought up a little preemptively. Sorry about that.
No worries. I'm gonna have that issue and stuff, so all good.
All good. All right. So then we have to apply a phone number for the system with the air count. And then we want to be okay. I'm gonna go back to the topic that's been brought up multiple times tonight. I know this is like a pain. It just keeps coming up forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Best practices for booking an appointment. The language used by the AI. If there was, I swear it would be so simple, Mr. Richards. If there was a script with the formatting that just worked, we could copy and paste that puppy and pop it in there, and we knew that like we tried to. This is like going to help you book your appointment and repeat back the information they need in order for you to enter this into your CRM.
That'd be a good tutorial.
Yeah,
Tutorial.
it'd be the dream, right? But I had a conversation with a developer today. It was a great conversation. At the end of the day, what we ended up with was we should try to really put this information into the CRM and then book the appointment. Like it's super easy to book the appointment because the information's already been converted into the CRM. But we're having the same issue everybody else has kind of put out there. Language to book appointment and convert the appointment, like confirm the appointment with the client. What is the absolute best practice that's actually successful on a very high percentage rate? Because I've heard a lot of issues, and I want to hear from the horse's mouth. What is the absolute best practice for language to book an appointment and confirm the appointment with the client?
Good question. The best way I've seen, and it's probably the best way we've done internally, is to just make it very straightforward. Don't sit here and say like, "Oh, cool. What city are you in? Okay, well, what week works best for you?" Don't do any of that. Just straight up like lead to where you get to the point in the script where you're gonna book an appointment, and say, "Okay, great. To book an appointment. So, let's get you in a." All right, let's see. I've got counter time slot or counter time slot. Do either of those work? And that will offer the next 3 days of availabilities that we find. It can't go like a month out, possible. So it'll just offer the next 3 days. And then if you don't have to sit here and write prompting to worry about what if they say they can't do any of those times, whatever, the agent will just keep going through all the time slots that has available to it.
Yeah, that's not the part. That's not the part that I need language for. It's really the next part after they select that. This is where meat and potatoes is what's next.
Select it is as simple as saying, "Okay, great." And this next part helps a little bit. It's not 100% necessary, but I've had it and I use this in my own script. I was like, "Okay, great. So square brackets, repeat or confirm the appointment time that we agreed upon." So like like read it back and make sure it's all good. So something like, "Okay, great. So we'll see you at square brackets, appointment time agreed upon, square brackets." And then it'll repeat it and they'll say it back to the person so they hear it again. And that just helps with the transcript. So the separate AI that's booking the appointment once the call ends has a bit more accuracy. Are you a tourist? Okay, so that's like they're just going on and asking. It's better to just keep it simple and just offer times, let the AI handle it, and then just kind of after not confirm it as in make them say they agree and say it's good. Just say it out loud.
I found the answer I was looking for, and it's my fault.
Okay.
When I say the language to book the appointment and confirm the appointment with the client, I don't actually mean the time. and maybe what I should have said, confirm the appointment confirmation details required in order to ensure that the calendar communications will be correctly communicated through the remainder of the automated and booking schedule. I apologize. I didn't really state that clear enough.
So what are they booking on? Is it like or something like that? What's up?
It doesn't really matter. They can be booking their fungal toenail to be removed. It's just about like they've chosen a time, and now I need to somehow confirm. Like if they say their email, that their email repeated back accurately. If they say their phone number, that like I'm able to ask them their phone number correctly. Now in an inbound, I had a question for a developer today. He said, "This can't be done." Now, let's see. If I'm in a conversation, someone called me in an inbound, can I somehow access the phone number that's actually called me in through Everflow? I don't know if this would be available in Everflow in real time, but like, is there a place where I can like, say, okay, would you like us to text you the confirmation to this number? Or do I have to like ask them, what number would you like me to text this to? Or would you prefer a text or an email? And if they choose email, like you talked about formatting earlier. Well, I mean, a best practices for how to format that question to get a consistently replicated answer with the @ symbol, because the @ symbol's been an issue for a lot of people. It's not just us. And be able to follow that protocol. These are I would call these micro protocols. They're like if we could like establish like the typical way you would want to handle this is copy and paste. That would be super duper helpful. But this is kind of like one of the things that's holding us back right now. So maybe you could just help me navigate through this.
Yeah, so the best way in general to confirm anything, anywhere, any of these scripts, it's not just email, like their choice, whatever. It's like anywhere where you need to confirm is leveraging logic branches and knowing that logic branches can point back into a node itself. So I'll give you one really good example. Some people do like restaurants. I speak to the owner, and there's a couple ways those can go. Can go like, yeah, sure, I'll go get them, and then they have to actually go get the person and wait for them to come on. There's sorry, I'm not available, whatever. Or they don't want to speak to you, or yeah, I'm the owner. How can I help you? There's like a handful of ways to go. And what's cool about 2.0 is you can ask a question in 2.0. The answer the person gives, create logic branches, go different directions. So if the person says, if you ask, okay, what's your email address? And then you go down to a node right below it where you say, okay, great. I just want to confirm, your email address is square bracket, repeat their email address, comma, is that question mark? And I have two logic branches that come off that node. One that is, if the human says their email address is correct, that just continues on and the rest of this. Another branch says if the human says correct, that just gets pointed back to the node directly above it. And it just keeps looping over and over and over until it finally gets the email correct. So you can just like not have to write 100 nodes to do that. You could have two single one question, one confirmation, and if they confirm, you move on. If they don't confirm, you have a logic branch that points back into the question above it, and it just kind of like stays within itself until it finally. Hopefully, it gets right on like the first time. But sometimes collecting emails on the phone is actually a really bad idea because if certain like if you're calling like older people in retirement homes, stuff like that, a lot of times they'll mumble, they're really quiet, the phone quality is terrible for whatever reason, and you can barely hear what they're saying to begin with. But in cases where it's acceptable or it's like worth doing, that's definitely possible to do it that way. So that's how I'd approach it, is leveraging 2.0 to handle the confirmation. I generally don't try to confirm emails and stuff like that because it can piss customers off. If they're hard to hear and you don't get the transcription right, you might burn a lead early. But if it's a situation where you have to have that email and it has to be correct, totally why you need to do that.
Well, what is the best practice then? What do you suggest?
The best practice is, well, the best practice is if you can just rely on their phone number. If we already have their phone number, whenever an action or post call fires, you're going to have their exact phone number. So you can send a text message. You don't have to ask them what their text message or their phone number is in the call. That assumes they're on a cell phone, but like people are going to be on cell phones. So that's the best case, but a lot of people still need to do emails. So the next best case then would be to collect their email afterwards with ChatGPT or something, have it like rebuild because the transcripts obviously don't show it exactly as an email look. It shows it phonetically, basically. You have ChatGPT rebuild it, and then you send them an email, and you also send them a text. You like on the call just be like, "Hey, and you're cool with us texting?" You just collect consent. If you didn't collect it before to text them, you probably would collect it though, where you collected the opt-in for just calling them in the first place. But you send them an email, text in that case, so you know you're gonna get them. And so in case you get the transcription wrong, you don't get their email right. You know you got their email right. That's the next best way to do it. I wouldn't even go on that. I would try to always send a text if you can, because if you just confirm it and you got their email wrong, then you're not going to get anything out of them. But appointment booking, if you go the route of doing an appointment and booking it, it will book with their phone number attached. And you can have, if you're using Go High Level, you can have an automation in your Go High Level account that has a trigger booked. And the second that appointment gets booked, one of the steps in that automation that just got triggered because an appointment was booked, you just send them a text and be like, "Hey, just booked your appointment. Here's a link to the whatever. Here's a calendar link to it. It's at the day and time, just so you know." And communicating with people over text is actually a lot more reliable than communicating with people over emails in regards to like following up on an appointment and making sure they show up and all that.
So I prefer the text message that, I'm going to have to ask in the model. Would you like us to text the phone number that you're calling on, or would you like to provide an email address? If they choose the email address, they have to go that route. Earlier in the call, you actually specified a very specific model, and I asked in a private message. It was a direct message. I couldn't, it's not public here. It's that method for verbally confirming the email. When you had said, how to break it down, and with the commas to put that like specific, because I've never seen that before, where it's like respond to the emails letter by letter, but add the commas in so that you slow down and pronounce the at symbol. Because like you have three things in there. You have a dot, you have an at, and then you have the letters, and possible integers. So like pronounce the letters, pronounce the integers, pronounce the at, pronounce the dot, put a comma between each. How do you write that prompt? This is just like, I get the general picture here. I'm not a coder. I was just curious, could you provide me something that like I can use?
Yeah, I'd be happy to give you guys. I could like write up a prompt and drop it in your Slack. What I would write normally, fortunately, GPT, especially if you use GPT-4, it's pretty smart and it can read the transcripts and find where in their email is discussed. In fact, I've written one before where it collects the email out of it and it gets it right most of the time. And it's just something as simple as saying like, "I'm going to give you the transcripts for a conversation." Someone's email was transcribed phonetically, or it was like it might be spelled out as it. And I'll give it an example. I'll be like, for example, Skate CL5 might be an email, might be this, whatever. Like just give
My
it.
favorite Enterprise's name is PHARRIS. No one ever gets it right.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That would actually be a really hard email to transcribe. If you got that, you're probably getting it wrong. But
Almost guaranteed, yeah.
Yeah, but I would just do it if you give it GPT and you just give it a clear prompt. It's like, hey, their email wasn't said in normal format. It was said like this is a transcription of a conversation. Please rebuild it based on that. It's actually really good at doing that, and it'll rebuild the email and output actual email address. So unfortunately, you don't have to do much code to do that. There is no code to do that. GPT can just do it on its own. Awesome.
I hear you, but there's still a lot like more hottie 45.5 is like, is it BE more hottie? Is it BMORMORE? Is it HOTTIE? Is it HOTTY 455? Is it saying FOR 55? Like people do some crazy stuff just to get their like email just they want. So I can't. I'm just telling you flat out. I do not, and I do not think it's reasonable to sell a product that relies on a verbal confirmation without some sort of spelling. But the problem we're having is what exactly you had earlier. I forget his name. Jeez, I don't even want to say it because I get it wrong. But it was specifically at catching in the middle. And they would like hiccup. And that gonna press the issue and say, all right, cool, thanks. Let's move on. All right, so you had mentioned earlier if we give access to a client, because I was thinking about giving access to the client for my pest control company. Like if I were to terminate his account, let's say I had control of his account, I terminate his account. You said earlier he can just make fake accounts and just get right back in. I was kind of wondering how in the world could he do that? Because am I not his only portal into error? Otherwise, you have to have a license like I paid for. Because I mean, if we're on this call, I imagine we paid a lot of money. And if we're on this call, then like, you know, how could he have access if I create his account and take it away?
Because there is still like the free side of the product you can go through where you don't have any of the advantages that your agencies have. You have I don't know like the full list of features. The main thing's always been like priority servers. That's been pretty much the hallmark of it. Also support. You get you get some support. Like if you email into the support email, they'll try to help, but you don't get like meaningful support. You don't get access to a Slack channel. You don't get to come on a Zoom call like this. Like so, if you go through that side of the product, you're on your own completely. Like good luck figuring things out. You don't have commissions. That's actually that's probably the biggest feature actually. Besides support is you have no opportunity to resell this. If you tried to resell this as like a non-VIP or non-agency user, there'd be nothing to resell. You would just be, I guess, charging people money to know how to use the product for them or something. But so besides that, that said, someone could just say, I'm not going to sign up through your referral link. I'm just going to go make my own account. They're probably not going to do that. They're probably going to they already have and either just try to remove you from it or say I'm not paying you anymore, whatever. But anyone can go on anyone can go to chat.air.ai and just make an account if they want and they have access to the platform, but they don't have like if they don't come through an agency link, they don't have any of the access they or the priority they get for being an agent. They're just completely on their own. So someone could do that. That's the reality is even if the founders decide, okay, we're gonna try to block people from doing that, someone could still just fake their ID. It's not like you're putting your social security number in to sign up for us. So someone could just say it to someone else or use a different email and just make a new account and then not have to pay any of your stuff. Like we don't lock the platform out people that didn't go through an agency VIP. We just give a lot of additional support and features to people that did go through that avenue so that you're heavily encouraged to go through it. There's been agencies in the past who have done this who have like brought that up plenty. I've heard that exact question so many times in this call. It's a really frequent one. But the reality is once most people start selling to a lot of users, the people have like I've seen probably like a dozen times where someone had one user do that and they literally came back a week later and were like, hey, I have this question. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. And then the person ended up like resubscribing because they had no idea what to do without support. So the agency model works really well, at least from what I've seen. I know it does actually, for fact, and it pretty heavily encourages people to stick with agencies as long as they don't think you're screwing them over and charging them a ridiculous amount. They could pay way less somewhere else.
Yeah. Oh, I think in the consumer model, we don't want anybody to know who we're using as our back end. They could think that we're using inflections. They could think we're using ChatGPT. The whole point is we don't want them to know who our back end is. The fact that like we're just like able to provide a service that's value to them is the only thing we need them to know and collect their money. All right, and then with the integrations is really important to us. So being able to integrations, which if I just take a little side note here, is there a list of known to add integrations that you guys have like good procedures for how to just implement? And I asked this from a menu perspective. Sorry, I used to be a chef. I used to own like a bunch of restaurants. So I like to think of how I'm selling the product in menu form. And I actually don't recall ever seeing a menu from you guys. Do you have a menu of add-on app integration things that like are pretty much trained and rock and roll? If I just wanted like turn and burn, that I could offer my clients with a markup and then have the process to integrate. Obviously, I'll be on this call working on kinks, but just generally speaking, it gets 90% of the way, and then you're helping me like knock down the last 10.
I don't know if someone keeps a list somewhere on the other side of sport, but on my side, the doc site that we launched pretty recently, there's not like a huge amount of guides. There's like 8 guides on there maybe so far, but it's already grown double that in like a week. So every time I have bandwidth, I can come film a news tutorial. I throw it up on there and on how to integrate air with this, how to integrate with that, and it's always or almost always done through Zapier. Sometimes done through Go High Level. And in that means that any app you see on Zapier that I wouldn't just say any app on Zapier can be integrated because some would have nothing to do with air or conversational AI or managing leads, but any app that's like me could have a connection with air if Zapier has an integration with it that is robust enough, then which is most of those integrations, that it technically is integratable with air. So that's something that they advertise. They have like 8,000 plus apps they integrate with or something around that. So definitely head over to Zapier, see if they have integration with that. If so, I'm sure we build a workflow around it in Zapier to interact with like a webhook that gets fired from post call data or how to build any of these integrations you want.
All right, so you're saying go to Zapier and look at their guide as my sample marketing, like essentially of things we can do for my
First, the guides I was talking about were our guides. So I said in the chat, this is our guide site. Well, I want to make sure someone just break into my car. Give me 1 second. What's going on? Okay, never mind, I'm all good. Go to the link I put in the chat there, like that. There's a lot that are kind of queued up right now, and those that paid that site where we have guides will just keep filling up and filling up and filling up. How to integrate with something if it's something that's fairly reasonable. I'm not going to sit here and film a tutorial. It's 40 minutes long. They require me to learn 3 pieces of software, but if it's something I'm familiar with enough or can give you direction, I'll go in fully. And that site will just give you direct instructions. Those videos are all like 5 minutes long minimum, and they just go over exactly how to do whatever you're looking to do. So that's the place I would look to see if it's on there. If it's not on there, then I would head over to Zapier and see if Zapier has an integration with the service you're talking about. Like if someone was like, "Hey, do you integrate with HubSpot?" Okay, go. And I can tell you yes, they do. But you can go and look on Zapier and see, "Hey, do you integrate with HubSpot?" And you could just open up a Zap and add the HubSpot action and see all the. Do they offer creating a contact? Great, yes, they do. Do they offer a trigger based on if a contact's created? Great, yes, they do. Okay, cool. I have everything I need. Boom, problem solved. So that's generally the way to approach it.
Okay, cool. So let's see here. Let me go to my list. Can we integrate integer IVR 0, for instance, for manual live transfer if for some reason we're having issues with live transfer not functioning? Do we have any hybrid IVR model into our air conversational model? Kind of like transfer call, like your backup plan is talk to a human. Your backup plan here is push it enter 0, and now I can connect you to it because for some reason we're just dropping calls. We're covering our bases. This is a good customer service feature. I want to ask, can this exist? Does it exist? How do we work that?
Yeah, there is on an air. There's no feature at the moment for dial tone recognition. So there's no way you can you can't be like, oh, if they press this button, do this. That's not possible at the moment. Maybe I'll add that someday, but that's not on our roadmap at the moment. On Twilio workflows though, there are flows on there. So when a call ends, have Twilio have like a voice on Twilio ask them saying like push a button for this, and this, but that's not exactly what you're asking. And the exact scenario you gave me, that'd be like mid call if they ever push that button, 100% positive. You guys have to do some research on that because I've never tried to build that. They're external tools. That's not possible at the moment.
Interesting. Because we had a conversation about this.
By the way, I'm only going to go about 5-10 more minutes in this. I have like 6 other people online. We've been talking for about an hour. So out of respect, I do have to cut off at some point.
Yeah, no. So this is why, Tyler, I'm asking for somebody who I can call for an onboarding call. Do you think you could help me arrange that?
The lady who used to do them doesn't work here anymore. I don't know if Kiara does them or not.
Anybody who's an onboarding call.
I'm sure Ahmed would
carry them out.
Gotcha. I'm sure he'd be happy to.
Okay. Can you hook me up with his contact information in the chat thread?
Yeah, he's the guy in Slack. I don't know if he's posted in here yet. Kobe's posted in there. Ahmed might not have yet.
Do me a solid here. You said that you would hook me up with some guys who could get on a call with me. No one's on a call with me. could you actually put together like the group kind of communication saying, hey, Ahmed, you can call with Patrick and Ahmed's, obviously our guy also. So that would be super duper awesome, and you're kind of facilitating. Hey, finally gonna get a little onboarding because we have a handful of questions, still have 0 answers. I'm gonna use my 5 minutes wisely, but can you do that?
Yeah, I just pinged him in the channel for you. So
Cool, man.
he'll definitely get that to you. He's a responsive guy.
10,000 business calls at once. So we have a client who wants to rock and roll with 10,000 business calls at once, but we are not selling anything. We want to provide value add. Is this a problem? Will it be a problem with Twilio or Vonage or you guys platform? Yeah, I can put your hands over your eyebrows.
Oh, and I'm thinking of the CPF and 10,000 calls. That's a lot. That's not a restriction. It's not a restriction on our end. That's a restriction on, if you're using Twilio, it's a restriction on Twilio's end. So the issue is that Twilio, on your Twilio account by default, you have a base CPS of 1, which is per second. So you can place in 1 minute, you can initiate 60 calls in divided by 60. That's 166 minutes. It's take 2.7 hours for all those calls to be played. So if you wanted to do that, if someone is like if it's really critical for some reason, they initiate 10,000 at once. Sure, if they want to pay to have their CPS, I would not ever pay for 10,000 CPS. That's probably going to be like $1 million a month or something ridiculous. I would crank it up to 10, 20, 50 CPS and just tell it was 10,000 divided by, let's say, 50. That's 200 seconds. You're not gonna be able to physically initiate 10,000 calls in 1 second. You can certainly initiate 10,000 calls over like a few minutes, an hour, more realistically, if you want to pay for more CPS. But that's just a constraint on their Twilio account at that point. How high do they want to support? And on Vonage, there's like I don't remember what CPS is. It's around like 3 or 5 or something like that. Versus on Twilio, you count. So if you want to crank it up, you can. So if you get a user who wants that high of demand, they should definitely be on Twilio and then just pay Twilio for a higher CPS amount. And you can just do that just by submitting a business profile to them. If they approve it, they'll let you, I imagine, pay for any CPS amount that you really want to go
to. Somehow I got lost here. CBS says if I want to do 10,000 and I have 60 calls per minute, then I need to do 10,000 calls divided by 60 per minute. That's 166 per minute. But I can only do 60 calls in 1 minute. So basically 3 times it's about 3 hours. 2.6 hours.
But you just have to pay Twilio to go. We used to have like 50 CPS when we hosted everyone's Twilio accounts. But we don't host people's Twilio accounts anymore. So
fast. You have a video how to get transcript from the call and automate to run a prompt for additional action needed. I saw a video from the guy who showed how he had it set up on the back end. Do you have a video from that?
Good question. I have a Loom that shows me doing. Let me think. I have a Loom that shows me doing custom actions and just a second. Ping me on specifically in Slack so I don't waste the rest of the few minutes we have. I'll respond to that then right after the call. Go ahead and go on to the next one.
Okay. Difference between 1.0 versus 2.0, features versus cost, transparency of costs. I know it's been mentioned Amber has a transparency of cost. She sent us a document. It didn't include all the costs. So I still don't know the difference between the 1.0, the 2.0, the genius features, all the different costs per model. And here's a big issue. If I have a agreement, I'm going to have somebody sign based on usage, and usage, God forbid you guys change the price. I don't have any knowledge of what the actual communication model is going to be on your side, so I can verify that that's going to be the model on their side if a pricing changes. Let's just say, for instance, 87 cents per minute goes up to 94 cents per minute. I don't have the terms and conditions for that, and I need this, of course, to be able to incorporate it in my agreement with my client. This is part of I want to sell the product. I haven't sell it yet. I have to have an agreement that actually has the terms in it. Again, really important to get on the phone with somebody. dude, Tyler, you get on the phone with Amber. I bet you 90% of the scrap she can answer and or get me pointed in the right direction, but she won't pick up a phone call. She won't set something up. So, is there anything you can do to get me on a phone call with that lady? Because I think she can answer so many of the questions that, like, I put on the Slack, she answers 30% of.
Amber's probably one of the most responsive people at the company. So if she says yes or no, I don't have any control over that. I would, if you guys haven't asked her, I'd just ask her.
No, we have. And we literally asked her, like, this is why I'm on the phone call with you asking the same question we asked several weeks ago.
Gotcha.
Because
I can't make Amber get on the call. I don't know.
I know you can't. I know you can't. I know you can't do that. I'm trying to figure out how to solve the problem. So we're trying to troubleshoot right now.
Gotcha. Like I said,
Transparency of cost doesn't exist in a format I've been provided. So how can we solve getting transparency of cost? We've tried to reach out through Slack. We got partial costing. We haven't gotten full transparency, and I can't get on the phone with somebody. So the easiest solution I see is we get on the phone with somebody. If
I
you
would
can get
talk
on
to
the phone with
Ahmed about
somebody-
that when you guys get
Sorry.
one-on-one.
I'm sorry.
I would talk to Ahmed about that when you guys get one-on-one. They should be able to link. You guys have said you don't get response. There's been times that you guys have mentioned that the other day, and Amber and Kira did respond pretty extensively. So
Yes,
you guys
pretty
won't respond.
extensively. You're right. It's just the parts that didn't get answered leave us still unable to move forward. So that's the pretty part. And not completely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this is what I either can or can't sell the product. I still can't sell the product. That's the problem. So I need to get over this can't sell the product hurdle. This is why this call is taking so long.
Gotcha. I'm gonna have to stop it here. It's been 1 hour now, but I did put Ahmed. I did ping him directly. He's a really nice guy. He'll definitely do a one-on-one with you guys and answer everything else that's remaining. Anything for Amber or Kiara? Like I said, Amber, both those people are very responsive. If there's stuff that hasn't been resolved yet, keep going on whatever we have left remaining, and keep answering. Yeah, I mean, if you guys don't get 15 questions answered in one day, that doesn't mean they can't. If they answered 10, they want next day or whatever. But they're very good at getting back to people on this sort of stuff. So if there's anything specifics that's like, hey, we didn't get answers on pricing, we didn't get answers on this, on that, there's still the people to answer it. I don't have context on some of the stuff, and these calls are really driven more towards engineering. But I'm hoping Ahmed can really fill in the blanks for you guys.
Yeah, well, if there was another call on customer support or onboarding, then I wouldn't waste all your time with this. But there's no other way to go.
Oh, I totally get it.
Yeah, one other
totally
channel would really help out. You know what I'm saying?
I
Maybe
totally
another channel could, just throw it in the suggestion box.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Still on here, so maybe he can ask some more questions when we get around to him.
Okay, so I appreciate you guys. Hope you have a good night. All right, Lisa, go for it. Thank you so much for waiting. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, I understand Patrick's frustration because, I really like, these calls are very helpful for me to hear what other, people are trying to get accomplished. But I'm at the very beginning of the process, and I just got my DFY agent placed into my account, but it won't play. It won't allow me to engage with it. It's saying I have to set up a Twilio, or like I have no instructions on this process and next steps. So my first question is there a URL you can share with me that has all the videos that we should be watching, my team should be watching, to kind of understand what the process is for getting agents set up and so forth? Because the only channels that I have is the Slack channel, and I have the Air AI login account. That's the only places I know to go.
Sure. Did they give you access to Air University? It's called Air U.
I just went through all the emails that were sent to me when I initially signed up. I didn't see Air University. I might have overlooked it, but what is that? Because I'm an IP client, so I'm sure I should have access to it, because I can't imagine that there's not some like training.
Yeah, you definitely have. Yeah, you definitely are to be given access to that for sure. So it's a training site we have that has a lot of videos that there's some training sites that show the site itself and show you like agents and knowledge bases and all that. A lot of that stuff is using V1 so a lot of that's kind of outdated. But there's a lot of information on there that is not like, oh, here's how you use the platform. It's like, hey, how do I build an agency? How do I build my offer? How do I do this? How do I do that? And that's all still on area. Well, even these call recordings end up getting archived and put up on there. So do you have? I assume you're already in a Slack channel. Is that correct, or do you not have access yet to
I
Slack?
am in Slack. I was just looking at that portal. It took me forever to even know how to find Slack. But anyways, I'm in Slack, but I don't see any kind of Air University link in Slack.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's good. You're in. I don't know if it's. I want to say posted at like the top of your channel. Can you tell me what your Slack channel is?
My Elite Marketing Strategies is my company.
Okay.
Dash marketing dash strategies.
Okay, so one of the first thing, yeah, the very first message they posted, and I'll forward this to the top of your channel here. Go. Okay, I just rebumped this for you. This message was posted back in May. It has your login here for Talent Element. It's called the link to it is Talent Element, but it's called Air University Talent Element.
I see where did you pin it?
I just posted it as the most recent message in your Slack channel. So if you look, I added you too on it. I think I added you. I see the message you posted today at 7:24 p.m. Look right below it now.
I see you.
Okay, it should show a message I forwarded from someone named Dana. If you click show more at the bottom of that, it'll expand the whole message. This is just the very first message way up top your channel. That's what I just reposted.
Okay.
But yeah, that login page right there will get you over to Talent LMS. I would start with going through that. And there's also our documentation site as you start to want to do a bit more, as you want to learn to do different things. There's still a lot of tutorials on film for this for 2.0 specifically, but there is tutorials from 1.04, but those are sort of outdated. But I'll link this in the chat. This is our documentation site as well. And there's a lot of just random pieces of information on there, and it'll continue to grow and grow over the next couple of weeks. But I would definitely start with Talent LMS. That also get you into Everflow, which is where you get your referral link and all that, and get your commissions set up.
Okay, so you said Everflow. That's a whole nother. Okay, yeah. Talent LMS. Okay. All right. So that's one question, and I have Glenn is a part of my team. He's in this channel, so we're gonna kind of go through this together to kind of keep this thing moving along. The second thing is, after the agent is set up, what is usually the next?
After the agent is set up, the next step is usually just role playing with it, giving it a lot of calls, making sure you feel confident in it. If you feel great with it, then you're good to go. If you don't feel great with it, if you feel like there's things they missed or things you just want them to improve upon, you can ping Bagori directly, and he'll have his team make updates to the script if needed. But otherwise, once you're happy with it, the next step is then there's a guide where I will link our documentation site. I'll put this in the chat right now. This will show you how to import contacts into Air. So the next step, once you've done that, is import contacts from a CSV from Go High Level or wherever you have your contacts stored at, where you're getting your list from.
Does MailChimp, is it a link or API?
I don't know how they work. We have an API though. So you just send us a request whenever you want to place a call. So if MailChimp has like through Zapier is where I guess I could just Google it right now. See Zapier, MailChimp.
It's mostly, it's not, I use different platforms, one for email, one for text marketing. So
are you just wanting to like call them once they email you with an opt-in or something?
No, not necessarily. I'm still figuring out our workflow. We're like at the very beginning, but like I'm here at this agent, right? This Air 2.0 agent. And I see it's here. How do I play it to see how it sounds? When I click talk to your agent, it says something like failed to initiate test call. There's an issue with your organization's Twilio credentials.
Oh, okay. So you're at the very, very beginning. Gotcha. Okay, so totally get it now. There is a, let me see if I can find it real quick. There is a video we have on how to create a Twilio account. So what you need to do is go in and create a Twilio account, which takes like 5 minutes. And we have a video covering the entire thing. You just have to create your Twilio account and then plug your key, your they're gonna be like 2 passwords basically. You're just gonna plug those into us, and then you'll be good to go. I'm looking for it. Once I find it, I'll drop it in the chat here.
So
But
you're gonna send me a video that talks about how to plug it into you guys?
yeah,
To
exactly.
set up the Twilio account.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Um,
is there a video that kind of shows your agent was created? Here's the next steps.
I don't know if they show that in this video or not. I don't know if there exactly is. We probably should film something for VA, but fortunately, I can outline it for you. It's pretty straightforward. So you create the Twilio account now that you have your agent.
Mm-hmm.
We'll plug the and I just linked the Loom in the chat for how to set up Twilio. Once you set up Twilio, then your account will be good to go, and that talk to your agent button, that'll work. Once you click place call, it'll actually place a call to you. And then you just talk to it on the phone, see how it works, see how it behaves, see if you're happy with it. If you're happy with it, then you just move on, import contacts, create a campaign, and let it call people. If you're not happy with it, you just kind of iterate on your agent. You just keep changing it up. Maybe if it's one of those DFY agents, you just ask Grigori to make it whatever edits you think are necessary. And you just get the agent to a place where every time you click talk to your agent and call it, it's pretty good and happy with it, and you'd be happy to like serve that to a customer. And once you've done that, like as I said, you move on to contacts and campaigns and be like, okay, every time I have a contact created in my CRM, I want to place a call. Then you move on to building. There's for most of these tools, there's going to be a tutorial for somewhere, and you can set up ways for API calls to get placed, stuff like that. But yeah, that's really the steps. We probably should, now thinking about it more, we probably should have something filmed though once they, as far as like, hey, this is how the platform works. There's kind of a quick start video that I just filmed that's going to be going live this week before the end of the week. That isn't for DFY, it's just for anyone that makes an account. That will cover a lot of those steps though, so that might help. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important because I mean this isn't a cheap product at all, and clearly I'm not the only confused about what the process is and what happens next. I mean, the only person I've really been able to talk to is you and the person who sold me the app. You know, everything else has been in the Slack channel, but you know, I was told with VIP concierge, you would have access to have people call you and really walk you through the process, and it's very concierge, and I just haven't had that experience, and it sounds like neither has Patrick and probably
Gotcha.
others. I just
Yeah,
think
it's really good feedback.
feedback, you know, this is not a cheap product. And for what we pay for it, there's got to be better support because people don't know what to do next after they get the done for your agent.
That makes sense.
Okay, so my next question is, okay, so the video library, which one of those links is the video library? The docs.air.ai?
Yeah. The docs.air.ai one, that's our site with the list of guides and all that. And the Loom video I linked is the Twilio, like create a Twilio account. Got it.
Okay, so I'll go and watch all of those and go look at that.
Cool.
Let me see. Can you give an idea of the business model that most people are like I am and we have a health and wellness company, and people get a lot of leads, whether it be from social media, whether it be from people they know, trade shows, etc. And we pretty much are going to be, you know, setting up agents that can pretty much work those leads, but also work their prospects that they want to learn more about our company and even the business opportunity associated with it. So we are going to charge as a company a fee So I was just curious, kind of listening to what other people said. What has been the ideal model? You charge an upfront fee and then a monthly maintenance fee for them, and then we charge it, and or does Air charge it? I mean, what's been the best practices?
Yeah, good question. The best practice I see, and I think it's kind of dependent upon the space you're in, but I do think overall the best case is to generally um, charge like a decent upfront cost that you feel like satisfies whatever like you need from the customer. And then
What's been the range that people have been charging? Would you say upfront fee?
sure, I've seen a lot of people start for like the very first agent they're gonna make, not charging the same price they're gonna make when they're selling their 10th agent, but just to get people in the door to set a little bit lower expectations while they get the whole process down. First off, I see people charge like $500 an agent, and that's just for the first one or maybe two. And then from that, they pretty quickly move up to 1,000, maybe 2,000, all the way up to like what I personally talk to people on these calls and see them charge is like around $5,000 for some really valuable agent. I know there's people that have charged higher than that. There's some people who even charge like we have a case study that can be linked in Slack if you need to see it, and it's like one of the most successful users we've ever had, and he was charging like $100,000 to set up this for like really big. And so if scale as high as you're good enough to sell it at, like a good enough salesman to sell it to. So it's really about just getting the ground floor, being comfortable with the process, building an SOP that you feel you can repeat and scale up with, and then starting to just test the waters, be like, okay, let me try putting an ad out to sell this for $1,000. Let me try putting an ad out to sell this for $10,000 and get people for 10,000. And okay, great. Why would you ever try to sell for 1,000? But that's around $5,000 is where I've seen most people just when I'm talking to them in these calls cap out around and like try to aim for. If you can get it down to $5,000 an agent, that'd be fantastic. So yeah, that's what I've seen people go for, and they continue to charge like a monthly $250 maintenance fee or like $500 maintenance fee, whatever. Again, whatever you can get the customers to go for, but usually I've seen around like 250, and you're also getting a percent. And once you have Everflow set up and you have users signed up with your link, at that point you're getting a commission on all their spend on the platform. So you're perpetually making money, even if they stop paying you for maintenance. If they keep using that account, you're going to keep making money off them using minutes. So.
Okay, and are people using any kind like they just have them set up we set up the affiliate account um and then from there they will have access to the agent. Like I heard you say you can clone an account. Like is that how it goes?
Yeah, that's what people who are doing this usually do. You don't have access to clone on your end, but on my end you can, and we'll generally like you can just put in, not generally, you can just give us a request in your channel, be like, hey, I need to clone all the agents and the knowledge bases on this account to this account, and that'll generally be because you had a account set up with all the agents you wanted to sell, and then when someone buys them, you just have us clone everything over to their account, and boom, you're good to go, and then you don't have to go through the work of recreating those agents.
So like our business model is high volume, similar to Patrick Harris. We have over 50,000 distributors in our company. If there was a 5 or 10% adoption rate, we're talking about 10,000 subscribers very quickly. But because nobody can do follow up like the most seasoned leaders in the company, this is going to be great that we can train agents on how to ask the right kinds of questions and how to close and all that kind of stuff. So it kind of allows us to duplicate a particular skill that every person just doesn't have in the organization. So we're excited about the potential of it all, but getting trained and so forth is just kind of not been the easiest.
Yeah, totally your feedback then. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and I think you're spot on. Like putting these sorts of agents in place of a human is highly effective. And I said this early on in the call too, but as you start to go through it, just have the mindset of like, not that I'm saying our product is bad or buggy or something, but every bit of tech you ever work with is gonna be prone to bugs in some way. And it's very, very much so the case with stuff with AI. Like this technology is so new. If you told me a year ago you could be on the phone with AI and not be able to discern it, I would think you're lying. And now, not now that it's possible, it's like, wow. But it's still new technology. It's really easy to forget that. So I generally just tell people like have the right mindset going into it, that if you can get to like 8 or 9 out of 10 of your calls are perfect, and then you have 1, maybe 2 out of 10 where there's bugs, where it's just like the agent maybe made weird noise, or it took them 4 seconds to respond instead of 3 seconds. Like you're never going to get it to where it is 100% perfect on every call, but you're going to get it far more perfect than it's ever going to be with the human team. Once you're replacing human teams with this, you start to, or people start to forget generally that the humans they replaced it with, they can be sick, they can have days where they're really tired, they don't read the script properly, they're in a bad mood, and they don't close someone. They just forget the script in general, whereas these agents don't do that. These agents are like pretty much the same thing every call, minus those 1 or 2 calls we talked about. So it's just the mindset I try to put people into, so they feel the most successful with it, because they're not don't think you're failing if like I said, 1 or 2 out of 10 calls it has some weird behavior every now and then, and then the rest of the calls are great though, because once you like approach scale, it doesn't make a difference. If you can close on 90% of the people you call, that's fantastic.
Mhm. Yeah, and I know we just have to train. So,
Exactly.
okay, so I am in the talent LMS. So I guess I'll start there and we'll start playing with it and I'll keep asking my questions in Slack. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for waiting. I really appreciate it.
Mhm.
DahBahm, go on. Oh no, you're good. I appreciate you being honest and sharing your feedback. And like I said, as always, we want to be we want to serve the best product we can, experience we can, and like that comes from harsh, honest feedback. That's the reality of it. So I know none of you guys are trying to be hard on me. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate everyone that comes to these calls. You guys are always very polite to me. So I totally hear where you're coming from, and I do raise the concerns that are brought up in these calls many times. And there's also, as you can imagine, with at almost any company, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes and a lot that's weighed in regards to the roadmap and like what we should do and shouldn't do. And so it's not always as like as clear as it looks. But I mean, you guys have very valid feedback. I totally understand your sentiment and where you're coming from, and I just really appreciate it. So, sure. Mhm. Hmm. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I mean, I 100% hear where you come from. There's been a lot of issues in the last like 3 days. It been picked around silence. One that was fixed. It was like 6 or 7 hours ago at this point. Um, so if you saw it 2 hours ago, no, I don't know why it would have gone silent mid call. We do have a fix that isn't out for you guys right now, but is like out in like our testing environment that essentially makes it so the agent can never take more than 3 seconds to respond. And if it starts taking more than like 2 seconds, we fall back to a different AI model essentially so that we know we're gonna get a response. That's I don't know what day it's gonna ship out. I'm hoping over the weekend, next week. That's probably one of the most impactful features we've not even features, just impactful, like, quality of life things we've shipped in a while, because that, like, completely eliminates the opportunity for there to be latency in regards to AI generating stuff. There is other areas the product latency can spike up in and does occasionally, but that's probably the most common area. So there's some big things there for eliminating latency as much as possible going forward. But in regards to the issues from earlier, like early today and yesterday, Monday, where the agent where you pick up and the agent just wouldn't speak at all, that's completely resolved. I don't know about the instance you mentioned there where the agent was silent like deeper in the call. That's hard to say. Oh, hopefully that's just an anomaly, but I really don't know if that's consistent or not. Okay. Yeah. Totally get it. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I very much so agree with that. Trying to sell B2B is far more better of a use of your time if you can. If you can find those leads, and even if you think you can't, I promise you can for sure. Appreciate that.
But that's for B2B, right? Those prices you just gave are for B2B. But like what Patrick was saying, when you're doing like, direct to consumer and, you're not. Got it. Now, once you perfect an agent and you get it working, and you got like a pool of people that are, like in my case, it's a direct sales company, so thousands of people who will want to use and subscribe to the service, then you probably won't have the issue that, because you got an agent that's working, you're just cloning the account. But I do wonder about the whole billing process that Patrick was talking about. Mm.
I would say though, if you're building an agent, it's a very different game. If you're selling customized agents for every user versus if you're selling a like boilerplate, like I've made it already, there's 100 people using an agent now. If you have, it's a lot easier to sell, because like, well, I guess at that, why not just say I'm gonna sell really cheap to a bunch of people, because as long as they pay me, if they pay for this and can't continue to pay over the next few months, that sucks. But those few months they still paid you were nothing but profit for you. If all you had to do was clone their account over to a new account, customize their calendar, whatever. Like if that's it, then you're really not losing anything. But if you're taking on people who are expecting you to build out a fully customized agent for them, you're totally wasting your time, in my opinion. When that should ideally be B2B, because at least B2B, if you're going to like an individual business, they're going to have to pay for that, and you can then charge them upfront quite a bit more than you're going to be able to charge B2C. So that's definitely a distinction that I think about there. And ideally, you're in a world with every agent that you sell is just like a cloned agent, but that won't work always.
Yeah. And in our model, it's going to be a cloned agent. Like there's
There
no
you go.
customization. Once we develop it and get it working right, it's going to be us constantly saying, "Hey, Tyler, can you clone this account for this affiliate, etc." But
Perfect.
the issue is the billing piece that Patrick. So I think that's a really important thing to bring up to the founders. You're building out an agency model. There's got to be a way of billing people without like that. That's almost like a white label where they don't know and get to see behind the operating system that's running it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Then pretty much all these points, I'd encourage everyone always pings the founders directly on Slack, Caleb, Thomas, and Ryan. They don't have the bandwidth to get back to people nearly as often as I do, or Amber, or anyone else on the fulfillment team. But I would definitely share feedback with that, or like that with them, because I share, like, I take notes on every single one of these calls and share like what's kind of like the tone of the agency community at the moment at all times, so that they're aware. But hearing it directly from customers is like the most meaningful way for them to see feedback. So always encourage. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. So okay, well, I appreciate you guys once again for waiting so long. I'll move on now to, or that was it, DahBahm? You said you had nothing else? Okay. Awesome, man. Hope you have a good night. Michael, go for it. How's it going?
Hey Tyler, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Fine. So first of all, I want to thank you for taking all the bullets tonight. And,
Thank you.
I mean, I'm on the West Coast and I'm ready to go to bed, so I don't know where you are.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah,
So,
very good.
so I have some just basic questions here. By the way, I pinged Ahmad in Slack asking for an onboard too, so he might be able to
Okay.
get a few more of those. So,
Okay.
call with a client today. He wanted to know, does it work with HubSpot Pro CRM specifically?
I'm not familiar with what Sales Pro CRM is. If that's just the name of HubSpot CRM, then yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because there's another marketing one. He just wanted, I've never heard it called specifically something like that, but he was adamant about it. So I thought I thought it would, but if I could say, oh, it uses an API key, I'm just going to say it will work with it.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, they're really customizable, and what's nice about them is they have a Zapier integration. So most of the stuff you want to trigger, you can just do it in a Zap. If not, you can also just build out like API routes and webhooks from their application. But yeah, I'm sure you could do it. You could do it one way or another.
okay. Does it also use Make? With HubSpot?
I think it does. Yeah, I haven't done it on Make, but I think I looked through their list like 3 months ago when I saw it on there. I believe it does.
Okay. Now, will it tie in with a HubSpot calendar, like through our, I forget the calendar program that we go to?
It does not at the moment, but there's kind of a creative way. We only connected 2 calendars at the moment, and that is Go High Level and Cal.com. We tried to do Calendly a while back, but they actually don't even have an API to book appointments, so it was impossible. Um, and there is a way you can try to connect to their calendars, though. It's kind of a creative way. So it's you connect to GHL or Cal.com, either one, and then that GHL or com calendar, you two-way sync with like a Google Calendar, like a middleman calendar, and that calendar also gets linked with whatever other services you want to use. You can almost always on all these calendar services like sync them with an external calendar. So the idea is you're just like syncing all these different calendars, or these you're syncing multiple calendar services with one Google Calendar, and then the calendar that Bear uses is also two-way sync that calendar. So as appointments get booked on it, on what, like let's say as an appointment gets booked on plus calendar, it makes its way to the Google Calendar, and then that makes its way to the GHL calendar or the Cal.com calendar because it went to the Google Calendar, which is also connected to those calendars. So you can hopscotch it.
Yeah, because I've done it for me personally, doing it through calendar.com to my Google Calendar. And I think that will work for them, at least in the short time frame, or figure it out from there. I heard a lot of conversation regarding, what percentage of the calls, because they were looking at it, they thought this was more of a B2C product versus a B2B product, because they're IT consultants and they're calling on CIOs at higher level companies, and they're wondering how their clients would respond to an AI call. Would it bother them, or would they piss them off, or and so they were curious about what percentage of the calls are B2C versus B2B.
Just on like the whole platform in general.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably like just in my position. I only speak to
anecdotal is fine. Anecdotal is fine.
Anecdotal. Okay, anecdotal. I would probably say it's like 5 B2C, 25 B2B, just from the people I've spoken to. Because most people aren't doing B, they're doing like B2B, where it's like they just have an Air account to sit here and call people for a real estate company. And now in terms of B2B and B2C, that's like the calls that I see. If you're talking about like relationship, like, hey, our agency is primarily selling B2B or B2C, most agencies are selling B2B, but in those B2B sales are businesses who are calling B2C. So I'm just talking about when I see calls on the platform. Most calls and most agents, like 75% of them, are scripts that funnel. And like, yeah, a lot of times people will forget if you don't call them right away. They'll be like, "Who's this? I don't know." And sure, some people get annoyed, but some people get annoyed just as easily by humans calling them. So there's a lot of B2C that happens. As long as you
they have Zoom info leaks. They would log it.
Gotcha.
Are there any issues there?
One thing you should be careful about is checking how they've obtained opt-in, because one thing you want to do when you obtain opt-in now, after the changes to the TCPA like 4 or 5 months ago, one thing you need to collect is opt-in for what you have to say mainly 2 things: opt-in consent for auto dialing or calls from artificial voices. So you can, as long as you mention that they're consenting to auto dialing and artificial voices, you're good to go. If you don't collect those 2 things, you are, 1, not compliant with AIR, and 2, and this is what really matters, you could get fined by the FTC. Like it's like $10,000 per incident or something like that. Now, someone tried to like clone Biden's voice like 4 months ago, and sorry, you probably heard about that. So ever since then, the artificial voice thing is a new like thing they watch out for, and we don't give out by a lot of attorneys that's like the way to be compliant, is to just look for consent for artificial voices, and that's what we ask people to collect, is that they just have consent to calls from artificial voices so that they don't get fined and it doesn't fall back on the platform if they get in trouble.
Okay, so somehow somebody's got to opt into auto dialing and artificial voices.
Exactly. Yeah.
I do not know if these guys had it. because these are like, oh, I don't want to say boiler room, but that's almost boiler room because they would just use a call center in the Philippines to do it this way,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
with the live voice. So they were looking at this, would it replace for Zoom info leads? What are people opting into? Okay.
Yeah. I would definitely have them follow up with Zoom info then and see what their language they use to collect those is. Because I mean, as much as it would suck to those as much as it would suck for those leagues not to be eligible, way worse if they weren't eligible and they just called them non-compliantly, which we wouldn't allow that if we caught it, and then you're risking a giant fine and then getting in big trouble. So
No, I would tell ahead of time, so because
gotcha.
there's no sense. It doesn't do anybody any good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, doesn't do
Yeah.
anything any good. Okay. So regarding third-party dialers or auto dialers, is it going to say spam on their cell phone?
It won't as long as you have a decent amount of phone numbers. I generally tell people try
Okay.
not to do more than like 80 dials a day per number. So if you have let's say you do 160 dials a day, then I'd recommend you have like phone numbers on your Twilio account. If you do
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you do 100 dials a day, I'd recommend you have 10 phone numbers, and we'll spread out the load across your phone numbers.
Does the air do that automatically?
Yeah, as long as you have phone numbers in your account, we'll automatically. Well, you have to have phone numbers. We automatically will track the dial count, and we accrue like a dial count on every number every time we dial, and we'll check where all the numbers are out and spread the load out. It's not
Okay.
exactly like we do one dial here and then go over to that phone. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. It's spread out pretty evenly.
Okay. So one of the things they ask is their breadth of product is pretty wide. That they can sell phone services to data centers. So they're curious if they're talking to a customer and the agent asks them, "Hey, do you need X?" And it tells them, "No, I don't need that, but I may need some help in another area." Is it agile enough to kind of respond to it and say, "Oh, we have Bob who can handle that type of product. We can handle that." To get them to set up an appointment somehow. I hope I made that kind of clear.
I didn't exactly follow. Sorry if you
Okay.
could.
So let's say you're in a conversation, and let's say he's calling for specifically a telephone lines, who has your telephone service and things like that. And they said, "Hey, I'm good on my phone services, but I may need help on our cloud services." Would the agent be able to pick that up and say, "Oh, we can help you with that"?
Oh, okay. The only way you can get the agent to go off topic in the call, like completely unprepared to do so, is with knowledge base cards. So
Okay.
you can make no bit. It gives one response, and sure, the person can keep asking then about that response, and it will keep going up. But it will go back to the point in the script that it was on beforehand, but it continue on afterwards. So really, the best way to do that, if they truly are just like, hey, I just need the agent to be able to answer random questions that come up through the call that weren't prepared for in the script, just generate knowledge base cards for those questions. But then beyond that, a better way to do it is to ask, like, is to have like little checkpoints throughout the call where you're like, okay, I'm gonna ask them if this is what they if this is what they need, and if not, then offer like to divert somewhere else, and just like take advantage of the fact you can ask questions and be able to process the answers with logic branches and go different areas in the script based on that. So
Okay.
yeah, that's how I do it. I mean, some of the scripts I've seen us use internally that work really well on different use cases are they have like 5 sections of the script that the agent goes to based on some initial answer early on in the call. So definitely don't be afraid to ask questions and leverage logic branches to know where to go in the script.
So if for a knowledge base card, do they put all the products that they have, or how would you approach it with somebody who's, let's say a lot of SKUs? They want to be able to respond in a way that we can handle whatever problem, whatever IT need that they may have.
Is there like 10 different services I might ask about or something like that?
No, there's a ton. There's a ton.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Look,
oh, go ahead.
it's like, think of it like, you know, they offer Verizon, right? And Verizon has, you know, their suite of products, and they also offer it through Comcast. And it's similar, but it's kind of slightly different too. You know, they just call it a different name. But it may be the same service, but it would just be two providers offering the same thing. And they would offer, and this company would offer both, but it depends upon what they needed.
Okay.
So, so that's why it's wide. It's a lot of the product offering is pretty wide.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, like, category of products. Maybe that's a bit way to go to do it that way. You know, you know, it's hard for me to say because, you know, I don't know their business that well.
Yeah, I would try to handle it with a script if you can. If you could do categories, if you could do like if you could just ask qualifications that take them to different places in the script. That's the best way to do it because you know wherever they're at in the script is like is their own. It's gonna ask their own questions because the knowledge base card it just reads off the answer there and it doesn't go down like a chain. Like you can't be like, oh, if they now move over to this side of the script, like they're gonna stay the same place in the script. So
Okay.
ideally, branching off ahead of time is like the best way to do it. But if that's not possible, there is a really good use case just for knowledge bases when people ask things that are just kind of random, like, oh, and by the way, what are your hours? Oh, and by the way, like, how many years have you been in business?
Yeah.
And you could handle a lot of like you could get detailed responses on a lot of SKUs as long as the agent can properly transcribe what they're saying and doesn't get the card wrong. That would be annoying. But you should be able to
Okay.
get knowledge base.
Okay. I'll play around with that. I guess the last question is, you know, I heard when you were talking to Patrick Harris, a couple times you popped in ChatGPT. Is there an integration between ChatGPT and the agent, or what did you mean by that?
There's the moment, but what I meant was if you that typically is by going through a third party platform like Zapier or Make. So I meant like having either an action fire off to a Zapier workflow or post call data event fire off to a Zapier workflow. It doesn't have to be Zapier, it could be Make pieces, whatever you want. And then those tools will let you build workflows where there is like a chat GPT step where you have a prompt where you're like for example, we have one where we transfer someone over to like an insurance agent. And before we transfer them, we have to collect a bunch of information that was said on the call. Like we have like many questions at the agent. And when the insurance agent gets on the phone after getting transferred, we want them to see exactly that information, like a summary of all those questions without having to read the transcripts because they're not going to do it. So the workflow will run in ChatGPT and it'll like we'll write a prompt like, hey, I'm going to ask you some questions based on a transcript conversation I give you. Tell me the answer to all these. And then they write all 20 questions and that gets outputted to a Google Doc, which that Google Doc then when the agent gets transferred to like they're sent like a text message with a link to that Google Doc. And then the agent can right away, as soon as they got transferred to, see all these results that are only possible because we were able to run scripts through ChatGPT.
So, in the middle of the call, you're running a webhook to ChatGPT to go do something, and it'll respond back to what the person live.
No, it can't come back into the call, but
Mhm.
it can do something outside of the call. Maybe it's send a text. Usually these workflows run like most of the time they run in post call rests, which is after the
Mhm.
but you can do something during the call. Like for example, the transfer example I gave you, that is
Okay.
triggered by a custom action which does something outside of the call, and then it sends the personal link, like the person that's getting transferred to, and then when they receive the transfer, they're like, "Oh, okay, I just got a text because this must be the guy." Cool.
Okay. Now, question.
Sure.
Can the agent ask, or can it perform either set a calendar appointment or a live transfer? or does it have to be set up one action and one action alone?
You would do that by having the agent ask, like, do you want to book an appointment or do you just want to talk to someone right now? And then you'd have two
Yeah.
logic branches coming off that. You can have as many actions in a script as you want.
Okay.
You wouldn't want to put like an end call action and transfer on the same node, for example. So I generally just do one node, one action. But I would just ask, okay, great. Do you want to talk to someone right now, or would you prefer to book you an appointment? And then you have a logic branch that says, like, if the human says they want to talk to someone right now, that goes down to one node that does a live transfer. Then the other logic branch is if the human wants to book an appointment, that goes down to another node now that does the process of actually booking an appointment.
Okay. Oh, great. Circling back to the opt-in. So somebody has to opt into receiving a call from an auto dialer and artificial voices, correct? I know that can be very small, like on a Facebook, like on an opt-in sheet, correct?
Yeah, as long as they just check, like, I agree to that and they consent to it, then you're good to go.
They have to check the box, or can the box be checked for them? And they have to uncheck it.
That I don't know. That I wouldn't
Okay.
even be allowed to say if I thought I did, but 100% certain there. You're just trying to make sure you're collecting their consent.
Okay.
I know there is some sites out there where they're like, hey, just by using this site, you consent to all these things. I don't really know the legality of that, so.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks, Tyler. I think that's everything I got tonight.
No problem, man. Also,
All
I
right.
appreciate you waiting. Hope you have a night.
You too. It's almost 2, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be going to bed after this. So have a good one.
You too. Bye.
See you. Okay, Dennis, go for it. How's it going? Hey, can you? Your mic's quiet if you're trying to talk.
Switch headsets might make it better.
There you go.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me? I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me.
Okay, I think I got it now. Sorry, my
Sure.
AirPods weren't working.
No
Okay.
worries.
Question number 1. The bug before about when you switch Genius modes to simple, even though it was an issue breaking stuff, is that rectified and fixed retroactively, or do I need to sort of test all my things that I may have accidentally done that on and fix them or report them?
Yeah, that's all fixed now.
And retroactive, so I don't need to think about it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
beautiful. Uploading a document for a knowledge base. Is the purpose of that I can upload like a owner's manual PDF, it'll plug it all in and have it accessible in the knowledge base, or is there another intended use of it?
The main use of that is if you want to write a knowledge base like one time, like a doc, upload it to your account with these or to a bunch of accounts with these.
Okay.
And what form the way I actually don't know what it'll do if you just send it like if you just send it an index of stuff. Maybe there's something it would come out with, but for the most part, what it's intended to be used for, you just send a doc in that has like Q colon and then a question, and then below A colon and an answer, and it's like
Okay, so it only does one, or you can upload a whole bunch of them and it'll interpret them all one after the other.
yeah, you could upload. It does one at a time, but you could just chain in more after that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
that feature
all right.
actually just got fixed yesterday, I believe.
Oh, I was going to say, is it still hanging? It's been hanging at 10% every time I try to use it. So
it's I believe I was told it was either yesterday morning or this morning that it was fixed now. So I think it's working.
Cool. Number 3, is there any way that happened? I don't have any sort of way to remember what I wrote, or so and I've got some billion-dollar clients that look like they're coming on board, and they're going to sort of stand for not having some kind of security. So I know your platform's sort of way behind on the agency tools side, but again, I share the sentiment of everybody that's sort of frustrated. I'm not be as frustrated because I haven't brought clients on board. I've been waiting to bring them on board until I see things. I'm hoping they're going to start to settle down. But anyways, yeah, is there some way to back up, or could that become a feature that somehow exports a Word doc or anything, that just so that if something screws up, or even if I want to make a new, make another one that's using components and I don't have a master, I can just start cutting pasting text into, into bubbles and do it fast. So something like that would be a great thing if it existed. And if not, is it something you can do, or is there even a format that can export to?
Yeah, so we can, at the moment, we can export to other accounts on the platform. We also don't actually allow you to fully delete an agent. If you ever delete an agent, it will disappear on your screen, but for like compliance reasons,
Got it.
so for like quality of life, it doesn't actually like delete the rule. It just flags that agent as deleted.
Okay. So there's no sort of way to just sort of get everything you have as a
Yeah. Because technically, some of that, or not technically, a lot of that stuff is like proprietary. So we definitely like just never made a way for you to see, like, here's
Oh, no, I'm
exactly.
just meaning the contents of my bubbles. No, I just mean all the stuff that I've put in the bubbles, so that if there ever was a catastrophe on your end or whatever, we'd have something. I'd have something without going in and pasting
Yeah, that
all
makes
of my
sense.
content and the whole script and all the logic tree myself manually. It's a hell of a lot of work.
If
So
you if it was like a really big deal, if you had a client where you needed that, and it wasn't like a everyday occurrence, I could definitely do something to help you there. I don't
okay,
know
cool.
what it would look like, but we could do something. Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, I've got a couple of guys that are interested in the whole tech support bot, and I've mocked up a bunch of them, and I'm having pretty good success with the knowledge base. But yeah, the problem seems to be that sometimes it loses its way. Once it gets to a knowledge card, it can start hallucinating like crazy. So that came to my other question, which is it possible to put the square brackets and give a knowledge base instructions, or is it just ignore them and read them? I think I've had
Yeah.
experiences where it reads them sometimes and ignores them sometimes, but I'm not sure I've ever successfully had them follow the instruction.
Sure. Yeah. Cards the same way it interprets like the individual nodes. So
Okay. So it might work.
Yeah, because even in the individual nodes, it can occasionally say the instructions if the
Yes.
instructions are
Yeah,
written
I've
clear
seen that as
enough.
well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Cool.
same thing. You just want to be. Sometimes you do stuff like all capital letters. Maybe like if you're having a really big issue with it, maybe like double, triple brackets. Some people do like slashes instead of brackets, stuff like that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll start trying some of that because I'm really having some success with just uploading pages and pages of product manuals and then asking it random questions, and it finds unbelievably good answers, man. Like it's sick.
That's
If
awesome.
it stops lagging and it stops having the people ask hello 20 times and it actually answers the call. So these are things, and I know we talked about it before. You guys really should have a test environment that's a complete duplicate and nothing gets pushed to live that's going to screw up everyone's scripts until it's proven to work, and get a bunch of us to come in and that server with you. So anyways, yeah, growing pains.
Yeah.
So yes, it was fixed. Just so it's recorded in case Kristen comes back, I would have suggested her just live transfer to a voicemail. If someone's mad and she doesn't really want to deal with it, live transfer them out to a voicemail that says, okay, hey, you want to talk to our bot, no problem. So here you are, leave a message, we'll get back to you when we can, and they can ignore them there, and they're not wasting 32 cents a minute.
Yeah.
So Patrick, same thing about the email thing, and I think you covered, and it maybe just wasn't clear. I want to reiterate it because we started to play with it, and it's pretty damn good. When we haul the transcript out to our end, we just send that off to chat and say, "Hey, man, there was a," and it's, frick, I bet it's 98%.
Wow.
So sending it out and saying, "Hey, analyze the transcript and tell me the email address," chat comes back with it correct almost every time. So that is actually an interesting workaround. Of course, you have to have your, like us, we're pushing everything into our CRM and do analysis and all that tweaking and work from there. But that's a definite solution that we have played with, and we've actually played with for other things that I won't mention what they are. But note to everybody, idea that if you have developers and you're able to create an API call in the middle of all this to chat to ask it a question, it becomes the magic of making almost everything that doesn't work because it's no longer on air. It's just your developers using regular queries and regular stuff that they know to help you pick apart. And instead of picking it apart, you just ask chat. Chat summarizes exactly the part you want out of that transcript. And you don't have to go try to use real language to pull it apart, which is what we started with. Note to everybody, chat can get in the middle to take that transcript and just pull the piece out succinctly that you need instead of trying to do it by actual regular queries. So that's
awesome.
a point I thought might help people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at this. I have listed their yeah, so the email solution, pull it, ask a question. Number 6, Chris did that. And number 7, knowledge cards done. So yeah, just I mean, it's probably impossible for you to answer, but is there any sort of roadmap or time frame for them to finally have things settled down and some of the real recurring problems sorted out? Like, is there a plan for that? Like, I'm nervous to start bringing on some really big customers because if the bots start doing like they've done over the last 2 days with a company that's taking 3,000 support, I'm going to be sued into the ground.
Yeah, that's a fair question.
So, like, where do we get stability to know that we can trust this thing in the wild and they're not going to change it under our feet? Like you change the Spanish bot, the Spanish voice, great. The only problem is your English bots can't speak Mexican, so you can't have a Mexican restaurant describe its food or take orders because the Mexican bot understands Spanish, but it used to say English great with kind of a cute accent, worked great. The new one has such a thick accent it doesn't even understand what you're saying half the time. So now you have to go to the white person voices that don't pronounce the Mexican food names properly and don't understand them if they're said properly. So it's like, oh shit! Thank God I didn't get 20 Mexican restaurants. Yeah, some of this stuff that there's got to be a way that they start putting to everybody to test to see what it breaks and giving us some time to react to and tweaking for the new way. It can't just keep coming and mowing over our clients. That'll be the death of me. So I'm assuming that's why everyone else is pretty concerned about it. So is there an owner's call? I mean, maybe that's what needs to happen. The owners need to just have a 2-hour call, once a week to have everybody support calls. I'm having a hard time coming off. I mean, can we get another call that like Amber and some of those people do a call for the stuff that they can do and have another one of these? If you guys had 3 of these calls where people could just go in and get the appropriate information instead of tying up the tech guy, for those of us that have tech teams and can work our way through most of this without too much help, like, is he move a foot to try to plug these holes before they? I mean, this call has become very hard for me to make the time to come on.
Yeah, I've asked internally for us to make more bandwidth to do different calls. A lot of times, like we did briefly do some other stuff, and some people ran some other calls are like that was a long time ago. Like they're even with the company anymore. So there's been no one here at the moment who has been running calls for a while besides me, and I definitely keep beating that drum. And I mean, it's not unfortunately anyone like being lazy or just like not being.
No, I get that. It's a growth situation and stuff like that. But if we don't figure out a way to plug the holes, then, the growth stops, and then we have a bigger problem, right? now we have a much bigger problem, all of us. So, anyways, if there's anything I can do to help or whatever, as you know, I'm always here to offer solutions versus complaints. So if your owners want to have a chat with me again, I know we've had 2 chats in the past, but to sort of give them some ideas as far as
I know you had Caleb's number. I know we had talked with Ingrid.
I do. Yeah, I've texted him a few times in the past, and I used to hear back from him, but then I haven't really done anything on the platform because I just can't. Every time I use it, it doesn't work. So I fire off 1,000 calls, and none of the stuff that mattered to me has been fixed. I go, okay, wait, I'll just wait another month. It's not the end of the world for me. I mean, we have everything happening without AI, and we're really developing a bunch of products that will start to hit. That's where I'm starting to be nervous that things settle down before I have some of these guys on. Like I'm at a trade show the end of this month where I'm actually speaking about AI and all of these agents and doing video demos of a whole bunch of stuff to a whole bunch of people that are, from the $1 billion company down to the reseller for them that does 100 million, that are all going to want AI bots. That are going to handle tech support and incoming first level calls. But I can't put one of these. And fortunately, none of it's going to happen overnight, right? So I'm just sort of rolling my dice on you guys will have things sorted out and settled down before any of them actually commit some money, and then we have a bot that doesn't work 2 weeks after.
We try to. What's really exciting, and I mean, you guys don't really hear about this, but we've tried to go in a direction lately too, where we find, even if it's not like in something we necessarily need to do, we find reasons that don't really use this product ourselves. So like in our own little niches, like we have random people from the company who pursue little niches with air, and
you should.
And it gives us like we've been doing that for the last like month to 2 months, and there's been so many improvements that have come doing that because we ourselves are using the product.
You're eating your own dog food, baby.
Yeah.
Eating your one other quick thought that I had, and it's probably impossible and it's not something you would do, but I mean, regular old text-based chatbots are also equally exciting. And they would be super simple with what you guys have to just suddenly put out a WordPress plugin. That ever been considered or brought up as a just whole nother avenue of things to sell for your agents at a much lower price point?
Yeah, we had talked about that a while back. I mean, with how many items are on the roadmap? It definitely just got tech added and hasn't gotten around to yet. But we did definitely.
Well, let's fix the core first. But yeah, I've built one, by the way. So I literally just built ourselves a text bot. I was blown away. I mean, I used chat to tell me what to do. I gave it to my developers. 2 days later, the thing's working, and 4 days later, it's kicked it up. Everything needs to be. So
That's
literally four days of one guy, and I know a $50 a month resellable product.
That's awesome.
Standalone. It's just simple. It's so cool.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, that's my lead in to then sell them the matching AI phone agent. So you hoping that everything starts to smooth out.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your patience on that, and I do think there's a lot of stuff. Let me know how it feels after today, or I guess.
Yeah, I'll go back and do some testing. I mean, you said that some material changes are done. I'll go another 1,000 calls and all that. No, I'm not spreading across a bunch of numbers. I guess I should be if I'm doing that many calls. Like I just randomly send 1,000 calls and then do another 1,000 calls 2 hours later, all on the same number.
That's a campaign, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would try to scatter. I also know you're on Vonage, I think, right? So we probably have to add those numbers.
I went back and forth, so I've gone back to Vonage because I thought all the bot not answering. I mean, I literally had this guy at the $1 billion company on, and I was trying to demo him a cannabis bot, and it went in, hello. I'm watching him on a Google Meet, and I'm watching his face go, nothing. I had literally finished building it the day before, and I'm like, what did I do at the end to screw it up? Then I find out it was your system. So fortunately, I get a bunch of videos that he's super excited about, and he'd call me today all in a panic, and he's like, we're going to talk to these guys. God damn it, Dennis, you're going to be the biggest thing out here with this technology. And meanwhile, I'm sort of secretly frightened to death because if you guys don't get the technology in order, it's going to bury me.
I understand. We have the same incentives to get it working perfectly. I
understand.
I feel you there. Yeah.
Cool. The last thing I think you answered and all of that, is that a super complicated thing, or is that you go to your voice provider and say, hey, do you have this? You say yes, and it be clicked in. No panic on it. I'm just curious how big of a deal is it to add voices if you had a big enough reason to?
We definitely could. That's I don't have any involvement on the team. It's mainly the founders who spin those up. So I know they definitely could. But, I don't know like how much work it takes. We don't just like some platforms will be like, oh, we're just gonna let you use any voice on 11 labs you want, which we don't use 11 labs, but they're like, oh, we'll use whatever you want, and that's possible. But some voices like that are really not meant to be on phone calls. They're also meant to have like long conversations like this. So it's not usually as simple as just like, oh, just plug the voice. There's usually some tuning we have to do. Certainly something in the future we can open up, I think. I don't know why we wouldn't.
I mean, I cloned my own voice in 11 labs. It was disappointing to say the least. I mean, it was cool, but it wasn't what people make it out to be. Unless I did it wrong. I mean, I fed it 6 hours of public speaking, and it didn't emulate me super well. It was terrible. Anyways, I won't tie you up with stuff. You still got a couple people, so I think you do anyways. Yeah, that's it. That works for me. I'm gonna go try it again, and I'll tell you what I think. Let's see, what's today? Tuesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, so it's a good day for calling. So I'll run 1,000 calls tomorrow just to give you some feedback.
Perfect. Okay.
So what do I do to make more numbers? Sorry, do I just tell you go make me a bunch of numbers, or do I just go and ask for a bunch of numbers somewhere?
If you're on Twilio, You can actually just ask
on
me.
Vonage now.
Oh, if you're on Vonage, okay. If you're on Vonage now, you need to ping me and tell me how many numbers you want. And I'll just
Oh, that was the other thing that's a major problem that we've never got clear. Is there the ability? So there is no Canadian numbers in Twilio, but can I get Canadian numbers? Is there any way you can look to see what kind of area codes I have? I'll just give you a couple Canadian ones if there are any.
Actually, what you can do to test that is turn Vonage on your account and then go campaign, make an inbound campaign, and put the area code that you're thinking of. And if it works, it'll let you. If it doesn't work, it either gives you an error code or it shows the error screen.
Or there just isn't this isn't a Canadian number to select.
Yeah, I think it actually you just type into a text field and click submit. It actually tells you now, I believe. It shows you an error message. It'll say like, sorry, that area code's not available if it's not available. So just try out as many as you can. Like
Because that's actually a pretty big deal to me. If there's no Canadian area codes available, almost all my business opportunity with you guys disappears.
Gotcha.
Because you can't have my clients can't have a US number. It just wouldn't work. They're local based companies. I mean, their sales radius is 5 kilometers, miles. So if suddenly they had a Texas number, there's nobody that would pick up their phone and dial it. So
that would make sense.
So that's kind of scary. So if there isn't, is there any way to figure out if there's a way to get some? But let me try Vonage and I'll let you know. If they're there, then we don't have to worry about it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and try. It looks like they do show some stuff on their website, so we can look at it.
Okay, super. All right, man. I hope you're done early enough to be able to wake up in the morning, or at least they let you come in at 11 o'clock in the morning. Thanks, boss. I appreciate it. All right, ciao. Bye.
Have a good one, man. All right. Ahmed, go for it.
Hey, Tyler, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty long meeting today.
Yeah.
What now? 3 hours.
This is my longest one ever, actually. This is on the 4th hour right now. So
it's pretty long.
yeah.
Well, just I wanted to recap a couple of small points, and I have some technical problems instead of like the questions me and Patrick had that should be asked to Amber or the founders. Like really, a meeting or a phone call with Amber or any of the founders would solve like 90% of our problems. But focus on the technical problems right now, since we have you in hand right now.
Sure.
Quick question. Would AI be able to have memory for each AI agent? Like we're trying to have AI internally. We want it like, hey, I pick up the phone, we have a conversation, I asked it about anything to give me documents about it or anything internally within the company. And then I call again tomorrow. Would there be a possibility for it to have memory to recall that previous conversation, to just build up on top of it, to continue that momentum and that conversation and be more helpful the more I use it?
On 2.0, definitely not. On 1.0 script, and then up above the script, you have a section that says like callback history or like transcript history. And then when you initiate it, and when you initiate an API call, you pass, we'll call it like previous transcripts, and it's just like a giant blob of like all the transcripts you've had with them before. And then you just drop that in with metadata into like the advanced section above the script. You could do that. And we actually kind of played with that internally, like back like in November. We never made that feature. We just didn't continue with it. But we did get it working somewhat well, and they just did exactly that. They just put above the start script area. Here's the transcripts from prior calls with this. With the human, please use it as context in this conversation, and then metadata history or something like that. And then the agent has like a history to look at of like what's already been talked about before. You can't. That's like the way to do it, because all these agents are just like basically scripts. Even 2.0, like even though it's in nodes, it's still like a script it's reading. It's not like training itself off every single call or something like that. So the only way to train it or like to give it more context is just to pass in more text into its prompt, and that's something you can do in 1.0 editors. So yeah, that would be the only way you could do that. But that's a way to do it though.
But in 2.0, it's not yet a feature for it to recall the previous metadata from other calls.
Yeah.
Would that be coming in like?
I guess it would. So we don't allow you to modify like the base prompt of 2.0 like you do with 1.0. I don't know, like I've asked for us to add that in the past because people have wanted it, but the founders didn't want to for actually some pretty justified reasons. As far as like it just makes it makes it like much more likely people break their scripts and then issues that they don't know how to deal with. So at the moment on 2.0, there is no way to modify the base prompt. If it's only in one portion of the call you need to recall, then actually I wouldn't even suggest it. Pull transcripts off. Yeah, in 2.0, there's just not a way to do it at the moment. And I have no means to like change anything there to add that in originally. But in 1.0, it definitely is.
Got it.
I wouldn't really recommend using 1.0 for that though, unless it's very valuable. You could and I'm trying to think of anything else you could do. Yeah, because there's just no way to do it. There's no way to reliably do it with 2.0 at the moment.
So even 1.0 wouldn't be reliable or efficient to use instead of 2.0.
Well, the issue with 1.0 is not that. Like that issue would probably work pretty well in 1.0. The issue with 1.0 is more so just that it's 1.0 has a lot more flaws than 2.0 does. It can go off script at random parts. It can like restart in the middle of the script sometimes. It can the agent is giving the entire script at once in 1.0. Versus it's only looking at where it's at in the script. It's focusing on like the node it's on now and the next two nodes maybe. It makes it way more like it's like a sniper versus just it's like a football linebacker. Just it's got way more precision and it's really good at like following the script versus on 1.0 it's like an entire script all at once. And because of that it can still work pretty well, but at times it can get confused and restart from the beginning of the script, or also actions on 1.0 don't work nearly as well as they do on 2.0. But so you'd have to weigh if it's worth going back to that. I personally wouldn't avoid 1.0 if I could, but
I get it. Well, speaking of actions, like the end call action for some reason has been working for the last 2 days. I even filmed a little video. I still haven't uploaded it to Slacks yet. For some reason, it just keeps going on and on. Like it says, like, all right, thank you for your time. I'm gonna hang up right now. It's
that
2.0. That's on 2.0. Like it was working just fine. Like I was avoiding all the problems with the script by saving and then adding the action. Like at some points, like I believe it's still broken. Like I haven't took the risk to test it to build an entire script and then add an action. It would just delete everything. I need to save and then add an action at the end of me editing the script. But that's 24 hours, just the end call function. It's not working. Like the agent stays on the line. It keeps saying that it's gonna hang up. It waits a minute and then says, hello, are you still there?
oh, that's weird. I'd have to take a look at the script on the backend side, but the only time that pop up before it was fixed by people delete the node and then recreating the node and then adding the action again. If you, I imagine you probably tried. If not, that'd be worth trying. Um, sometimes it can seem to like the agent does go to it, it doesn't go to. I doubt that happened here because it'd be very obvious. But sometimes the agent wanted to.
Well, it kind of did that. Like it's did an outro, but it was not what I have written in the script. It's not what it was used to saying. Like after it books the appointment, it just doesn't. It like I'm assuming like since you mentioned it right now, I think it didn't go to that node. Like it just books the appointment and then like it creates an outro out of nowhere
Oh,
and just keeps reading it and says, all right, I'm gonna hang up, but it's not actually going to that node when I've written the outro and added the action to end the call.
oh,
This
okay.
did like 5, 6, 7 times back to back. It keeps doing it again and again. And like my responses, like they are the same. Like I haven't changed anything. I'm just basically testing it how I usually test. It used to just simply go to that node and just hang up the call. But right now, like after you mentioned it, like it's actually not going to that node. It's created an outro out of nowhere and just keeps stuck on that point.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes more sense then, because it's like pretty weird for the actions, especially having call actions not fire. So yeah, it probably did not proceed on to the next node and probably just like thought it stayed on the, which is why the action didn't fire, because there wasn't an action on that node. So one way you could fix that is the next node after, make it a bit different. Don't like end the call right after that node. Be like, anything else I can answer for you? Or like, do you know where our office is? Or I don't know, just something random that seems very different than just trying to end the call, so that the agent realizes it has to ask something different and it can see the next nodes. And if it sees the only next node is to end the call, it might just be like trying to end it on its own right there, thinking it can do it itself, basically. So I'd try adding like a node in between some fluff that is not ending the call, but is like, anything else that can I help you or whatever.
They basically force the agent to move on from that node to something else.
Yeah, just try to make it clear to it that there's something else you have to say, so it does successfully. Yeah, exactly. If that doesn't work, and or you also tried putting, well, I was gonna say you tried putting like the whole like square bracket type exactly what's in those last two nodes, but I would try doing that first, doing the fluff first, because that's a lot less hacky.
Got it. Since like most of the technical issues, like Kobe has been very helpful actually in the Slack channel by giving me resources, videos, documents, and all of that. But
Nice.
it's just the learning curve of learning the many pieces of software at the same time, GHL, Zapier, and all of that. Uh, like from your view, like would I at some point need Zapier to do the automation?
You would be able to rely on GTL until something with like a third-party app that is not like natively integrated with THL, because there aren't that many apps that are integrated with THL. Technically, you can integrate with a lot of other apps by making like post requests to APIs for products, but like Zapier will just integrate with like all these random applications through like a UI and just like clicking add action and choosing, Google Sheets, for example. Whereas to do on GHL, you have to make a post request to the API because there's a native integration. So, and if you are getting to the point where you need all custom apps that GHL doesn't have anything for because they don't have that many third-party integrations, they have some. They do have a good list of them, but not a lot. Then you'd have to go over to Zapier. Otherwise, if you can just stick with the one Zapier or Go High Level already has, then you can just stay with Go High Level.
Well, funny thing you brought up Google Sheets. Like what I had in mind to manage the markup. Like let's forget about the payment for a minute because that part is very hectic at this point. Like simply trying to the daily usage from Everflow. I want to take that usage, transfer it to a Google Sheet through GHL, Zapier, or any automation tools, so I can just calculate my build a client. Would GHL be able to do that, or will I have to go to Zapier or Zapier?
Top of my head, I'm guessing. I don't think Go High Level has a Google Sheets integration. I might be wrong. When you're in the automation, or when you're in a automation, one of the workflows, you can just click the plus step and pick, and you can type in Google Sheets there to see if they have it. But I don't think they do. So in that case, I think you would have to use Zapier for that.
Got it. Like the recipes they have on GHL. That's what you mean, right?
No, I mean when you're in a workflow itself and it's showing like click plus to add another action. You can click plus and it'll show you the list of all the actions you can add. And you would need to be in that list of like the next actions you can add. Like one the action is custom webhook, another action is pat if/else. Like there's a bunch of random actions you can add inside this work, and you'd be looking specifically for a Google Sheet action. Otherwise, the only way you'd integrate with Google Sheet, which technically is possible, but it's not more of a pain, would be to send custom webhook post requests to Google Sheets API and like deal with their API. Sure, you could do, but it's not done natively. It's just being done through web requests or sending them.
Well, Zapier it is. The APIs I have to deal with would make my life a lot easier.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, I believe that's all. I'll try to get in contact with Amanda or Kiera Slacks for the other questions regarding the contract, the commission, and all of that. And
Okay.
like honestly, man, it'd be really helpful to get on a call with the founders or Amanda or whoever that would have the information for us to move forward. Just get this figured out. Like we've been stuck for like the past 3 weeks right now.
Gotcha. Hopefully Ahmed, I did ping when you guys. Ahmed's a really nice guy. He should be able to give you guys some good resources. And then as far as meeting with the founders or Amber, Amber is like Amber's definitely more responsive than I am in channels because I have to do like really technical responses usually, which take a lot more time. So Amber is the by far the most responsive. His best bet is definitely with her. But no, I totally understand where you're coming from, and Ahmed can give you a lot of resources that you need.
All right, man. Well, thank you very much. It's just gonna be two Ahmeds in a call.
Oh yeah, I guess you're Ahmed too. So it's two
We'll
Ahmeds.
figure it
That won't be
out.
confusing. That won't be
That
confusing.
we'll just speak in Arabic. It'll be much easier
There
for
you
us.
go. Yeah, he's from Egypt. He probably knows some Arabic.
Egypt too. Perfect.
Oh, there you
Might
go.
be my neighbor then.
That's funny.
All right, man. Thank you very much. I hope you get off this call very soon to get some sleep
Thank
tomorrow.
you.
And I really appreciate your time, man. Take
You
care.
do too, man. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Take care.
Awesome. Have a good one.
You too. Goodbye.
Lisa, go for it.
Okay, thank you so much. I got Twilio linked, so I'm getting ready to test my agent, but I was also trying to set up the Vonage form you sent. And my question is, it says a use case. What does that mean?
It means what do you intend to use air for? Like what do you want to do with air? There's looking to know like how you plan to use the product, like what you a use case for, one member might be, or use cases we're looking to buy properties from like create a real looking to get into the real estate industry. A use case for another person might be, oh, we're looking to call restaurant owners and get a hold of restaurant owners and like our restaurant SaaS. Like they're just looking to how you plan to use air.
Okay. Okay. Products and business opportunity. Okay, so and then why is it that some people are
So Twilio charges substantially more per minute, which like when you just role play, it's not that big video. You're pushing campaigns and all that. Vonage is a lot cheaper.
okay, and it asks, does your AI call it impersonate any of the following? So should we like bank? So just I guess that would be none of the above. Okay. Okay, none of the above. Okay, I think that was the only questions that I had. I had questions about this. Is it a problem if your AI agent, like we sometimes the AI agent will call and get customers and try to sell them our health and wellness products. But at times we may develop out an agent that signs people into the business. And when it does that, it could potentially ask for like a social security number. Is that a problem?
Good question. I don't even know if you can. I would honestly never ask for a social security number on the phone. That's probably putting you in some like big liability risk.
Okay.
I would. I maybe like last four is cool, but we don't like. There is a good amount of stuff we use in house in regards to our AIs and stuff like that. There are some external AIs we use, like external AI LLMs that we use, and any one of those, if it detects you like use the AI to collect really sensitive data like social security numbers, it'll usually actually just straight up respond and say like you are not allowed to collect social security numbers using this blah blah whatever, and then the agent ended up saying that online, saying that on the call, which would sound really silly, but so if you ever go down that route, just be really careful. I would probably never try to collect that because we're working on getting SOC 2 certified, but we're currently not like fully SOC 2 certified. So collecting social security numbers on the platform is probably a violation of some sort of like PII law out there.
Probably better when if a person is ready to sign up, that the system just initiates a call transfer to the rep for the rep to get.
Yeah, exactly. Like still using air, but not actually collecting that data on a call with air. So either transferring to a rep or sending them a link over text and being like, great, I'm gonna send you this. Can you fill this out real quick? Tell me when you're done. And they just fill it out over the phone or like after the phone, whatever. That way, like you're still getting it to them, and you're still getting the question to them, but they're not having to answer it on the phone.
Okay. Is it a problem if you're selling like health and wellness products? Because it asks the question, does your AI call or sell any of the following products? Are those products that are prohibited or anything?
The only thing I think that's prohibited would be something that would like violate HIPAA standards because we don't have like the platform's not HIPAA certified. That's something we'll probably get to in the future, but it's not right now. So if you like start sharing like patient confidentiality and stuff like that, you're like breaking the law. So I think they're mainly just looking to see like, hey, are you going to be like whole questionnaire is mainly looking to see, are you going to be doing anything illegal on these phone calls? Like we don't know that.
Okay. All right. So that was I just had questions about, I filled it out. So the next step is that they'll approve us for Vonage, and then we set up a Vonage account and link Vonage to Air app, because I've gotten Twilio linked, and I guess I'll need to link Zapier and all those other ones, but I've already gotten the Twilio link so I can test the agent and
Nice. Yeah, they'll let you know on Vonage. They'll get that. There's two guys, DahBahm or Bagori, who will respond in your Slack channel if they either have more information or if you're approved. They have to like go through and look at your agents first before they do. I guess only one agent. That's not gonna take long. But yeah, and feel free to just start role playing with that and doing like the.
If we need changes to that agent, is who in Slack?
It's his name is like whatever. You can also ping. There's me, someone named Ahmed, and someone named Kobe in your channel. And we're all like, I'm the engineer, and there's tech support. So also Michael Maddox is in there as well. Feel free to ping him too. And if you just have questions, like technical questions, but if you're looking to have like specific changes made to your agent based on like the GFY agent, then Bagori is definitely the one to ping that.
Alrighty, well, we've got some progress made today, and thank you for taking all the bullets, because I know this was a hard, very long call. And I think like what that call with individuals that are more geared in their, agency, setting up an agency, whatever, and not necessarily technical, and definitely one with the owners, because they should really want to keep their finger on the pulse on what their agent community is using and how they're progressing. So.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it, and none of you guys are ever offending me or upsetting me. I totally understand you guys' position, so I really appreciate the full and transparent honesty. It makes us be able to get to the point we need to be at that much faster. So I appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. Pat, let's go for it.
I want to begin and say, like, everybody shared everything. Some of the stuff that has helped me at least onboard myself has been YouTube from like Gabe Monroe and Corey Resch. Like, there's some pretty good updated stuff. And then what's y'all's policy on like charging people to help them build their agent in Circle or something? I think I've seen some posts about people being like, hey, if you need something done, I'll charge you this much. What is?
Yeah, sure. First, that's awesome. So Corey's on this call. So hear that, Corey? That's awesome. Thank you for posting that stuff. Gabe's a homie too. That's really good to hear. And in regards to like working with other people, you're welcome to either pay people to do that stuff or to get paid to do that stuff. Like we don't have any issues with people doing that, especially if you guys are VIP or agency users. Like, I mean, that's what you paid to get a license to be able to do is to sell feature or sell the product, and in this case, sell help for it or buy help for it. We're totally open to that. I don't really recommend. Well, there's like Corey and Gabe are like the two guys I definitely like recommend most. There's some people and like really old recommendations I made, so I don't recommend people much very often. But Corey and Gabe are two ones. Otherwise, yeah, just feel free to work with anyone you'd like in Slack and or not in Slack in Circle, and we don't like restrict that whatsoever. So
Cool. Question to that is, there's people you recommend. Are they having more success than a lot of the people who are complaining about all these weird things? I mean, are they just geared to handle and weather the storm, like they're not fully invested into it? Or is it more like they're building and building and building, waiting for when it finally catches up? And just for some orientation for myself to temper
Sure.
my expectations as I build out these agents and these workflows.
Sure, yeah, Gabe's been here since I don't know what month, probably like August or September of last year. So he's been here for a very long time and a lot of storm and has been with us forever. So he has a lot of experience in that regards. And I think he mainly sells to I think he mainly like resells to people like building this out for them and providing the support and stuff like that. I think Corey does the same thing. Corey's been here for months now too. And I think, I mean, there's not any really successful users who have not had some issues, who have not either had a rocky start in the beginning because they didn't know how to like do certain integrations, or because they were here at times where we had days like yesterday or Monday, where there was like periods where the agent just didn't talk, stuff like that. Like no one who's been here who's had an absolutely perfect ride, because with any product like this, there's going to be days where there's outages and there's bugs. But I haven't seen like anyone who's, well, this is obvious, I guess, trying to do two things at once and weren't really thinking about their sales tactics and were just like selling the product in a way that like humans couldn't even sell. If humans were doing these calls themselves, if they had unlimited humans, like their scripts were just terrible. So people really just like make the assumption that like it's Air's fault when in reality, like the underlying foundation isn't that good. When people work past it, and like I haven't seen anyone who I believe actually did that not be really, really successful. So that's just my 2 cents.
Really short script and made something kind of simple. And I feel comfortable with my integrations because some of them, I mean, at times it was working. And like I said, it's just been a rocky past few weeks. So, you know, just wanted to get some thoughts from them, maybe. So I appreciate the honesty
Yeah,
and for
absolutely.
staying up so late.
No problem. It's gonna be fun. I wanted to break my record. So I'm about to have a 5-hour call. So I broke my record for sure. So appreciate that. And I appreciate the honesty on all fronts. So very well said. Oh, you were kind of cutting out during the beginning of that, Patrick. Was that all you had? Or?
Sorry. I was letting you finish. But
Oh, okay.
thank you. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, hope you have a good night, man. I appreciate you. Corey, go for it. Damn,
Yeah, I'm good for the Friday call. Is it started yet?
It started. It's about to start. I'm thinking about an hour. Probably got the text message.
Started a half hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, we've heard a lot of things on the call, on air, on the call. I've definitely seen, some rough spots with the, you get a client going, hey, what the heck is this thing doing? And it's
Yeah.
just repeating something or doing some other strange thing for sure. And I do, I think there's some steps to be taken toward, just making sure that, once it's at a stable base, not releasing until you know that the next step's going to be stable also. And I know that's hard. I mean, I, I've taken down $1 billion fab before. It's not very pretty. And I got $500,000 bill one time. It was,
Oh God.
oh yeah, for half an hour of interruption. I mean, we had stuff that was $1 million an hour for sure. That all over the world. It's very difficult, very difficult to keep everything completely stable. We did it through lots of testing. So we had development, test, and beta, development test, alpha, beta, and then final release levels. Semiconductor manufacturing, it was just super important.
Mm-hmm.
We had big rooms full of people that were sitting there watching graphs and charts, and as soon as it started to dip, you were on a call until they fixed it. Yeah, I definitely think we've gone from really stable positions to kind of unstable positions, and then back, with all hands on deck trying to fix the problems.
Yeah.
And I know it's a broad thing to release against. You don't know all the different things that can happen. So I can't remember. I can remember what I was actually. Go High Level does have a Google Sheets integration. I'm using it, and again, I think I shot you. Yeah, I did. I shot you that white label, kind of my guide for white labeling air, which you could just follow that along. To a degree, some of the things, pricing models were, I've got a guy that's just selling leads. So he's, completely abstracting everything in the background. He's just like, here are the leads. So, the output. So it's going into Google Sheets.
Okay, so it does. Got it.
Yeah, Go High Level does, yeah. And then as far as I'm messing around with Artila. You've gotten some questions on this kind of like web browser automation stuff. This Artila, RTILA. I'm messing around with that, and I think there's some automation to do some of the things these guys have asked about.
Oh, really?
That.
Yeah. RTILA, is that what you said?
Yeah. Artila, and that's it does both web scraping and robotic process automation, the RPA stuff. But I haven't gotten too much time on it yet. But, things like, let's say we want to create an account, maybe we could do it with that. We could create, you could feed in a few variables, and it could go over there and log in and create the accounts.
That's sick. Wow, we can do full on like emulation. That's great.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I did a video yesterday or a couple days ago, or maybe it was even today. I don't even know anymore. On messing with that too. What was I doing? Oh, I was just turning a campaign on and off with it.
Wow.
So
that's pretty cool. Man, I want to look at that myself. That sounds good.
Yeah. So I think there are some things, during the call, I had a few minutes, and I actually started building an automation, trying to get it to log in and create an account. So I recorded a recording macro, and then I might follow up.
Do you think you can use a Chrome extension?
Does it have a Chrome extension? I don't know about that. So the output of this runs either in the environment, or you can create standalone executables.
Oh, okay.
With it. And they do have a cloud-based operation that you can upload you can run on the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's distributable and uses Chrome. I think it's pretty heavily reliant on Chrome.
Okay.
So for the browser, but yeah, I did a recording macro, and I got to figure out ways to pass in what passwords and usernames and to create air accounts, for instance. But you could do that.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah. So the one thing I wanted to tell you is that Genius Mode thing. It's still, I've got multiple agents showing Genius Mode, and they're really in simple mode. When you click on them, it shows simple, but the display is still Genius.
Gotcha.
So it's crossed up.
Okay, so we did swap something recently, or today. Today we had to do another model name swap when we had silence. So I think that feature is hard coded name rather than like an enum or something. And
okay.
And because the names don't perfectly match. it's showing genius, but it's really not genius. So that's why when you go into it, it shows simple. So for
Yeah,
now,
which I think is really the accurate state is
Yeah.
is that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I crossed those up before too.
Gotcha.
So you use an in the background and you're able to you should be solid with that versus trying to decipher the text.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to bring that up that's still present. The display text is not correct. And I don't know if that was supposed to be fixed or not.
That was until sometime today when we had to swap the like the model nickname again. So yeah, that was fixed until today, so we'll fix that again. I actually don't know if we're gonna change it back or not, so we might not have to fix it, but that's another problem for tomorrow. So
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I think that's about it. Unless we want to just hang on until Friday.
yeah, feels like that. Feels like that is.
Yeah. Some of these guys are 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'm on West Coast, thank God. So it's only about
Right.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. You're actually, yeah. You're in Reno, right?
Yeah. I'm over here in Nevada.
Yes. Yeah. You're just in a funny spot where the time zone changes, like line curves or I don't know which it is.
I actually, I think Utah is mountain time. I think. So I don't know where it changes.
Yeah.
I don't know if Nevada or Utah actually. Good question.
Yeah, the line's pretty crooked.
Yeah.
Goes bends around stuff for some reason.
Yeah,
All
I've
right.
never been outside the West Coast, so not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's get
Thanks.
you back. Yeah.
Thanks
no
for staying on so long.
Yeah, no problem. Hopefully the Friday call is short. I don't want to break this record again anytime soon. So, alrighty. Have a good one. Patrick, go for
Sorry, last time I'll let you go.
it. No worries.
Is there a way to trigger and test like 1,000 role playing calls without necessarily having people pick up for testing? Because like I don't want to try and send 500 emails or 500 calls to gather a ton of data to a company that might only have 500 clients. Yeah.
When you say you're trying to send, I'm trying to think, have you seen our API before for placing calls?
Yes.
Could you use it over the API? So like sending a role play call is normally only intended for, well, the reason to send it is because it's only really there so that when you're testing the agent, you just click a button and call yourself. So if you want to send a bunch of calls, the best way to do it would just be to send, like, queue up even just write a basic script or something, or just set up something in DHL or Zapier to trigger that API route like 500 times, how many times you want to. It's a lot more feasible than hitting the role play button 500 times, in my opinion.
And then where is it gonna get the data from those like fake like calls?
What do you mean they're fake? Are they like fake numbers?
Yeah. No, I was just wondering if anybody had ever done something where they could send a ton of text calls to see how it runs with like just a bunch of fake people responding, like almost having.
Would it actually talk? Like, would there be people on those phone numbers that would actually talk to it?
No, I was just wondering if they had y'all had an AI that would talk back and could run with a fake conversation with input and just see
that would be dope. That does not exist at the moment. There's no AI like we are. Well, I guess it sort of does. You could have be a little more pricey because you'd be doing 2 calls at once, but you could have your agent call another agent that's there just to talk to it if you wanted to. That wouldn't sound as natural as a human doing it, but you could just create an agent that is meant to talk to another agent.
Yeah, so I would essentially make a question agent for like a customer service help desk agent, and then maybe make like a random agent that's just asks questions that the sales agent might have.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and yeah, you could script it, just answer that exact agent, or you could just make it like a simple 1.0 agent, like a standard or advanced, where it just doesn't really have any guidance, and it's just like just gonna sit there and make stuff up. I guess in 2.0 too, you just have like one node. It's up to you if you want to script its responses or if you want to just let it totally go like free with its responses. It's up to you.
Okay. So okay. That gives me ideas.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. Good question.
Thank you. Well, have a good night, man. You take
Sounds
care.
good. Sounds good. You have a good one. All right. Well, thanks everyone for sticking around the long call, but we're at the end of the night. We'll be back on the Friday call. I had one Slack tonight that I obviously didn't have the time to do that, so we'll get back to everything that's pending tomorrow. If anyone is waiting for me to respond. And feel free to come to the Friday call. Friday calls all the time. Otherwise, yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so hope you guys have a great night, and I'll talk to you Friday.